Ladies and gentlemen, we're back with my sister, who just said, I don't know what she meant. What's up? This. Okay, cool. So, as you can see, we've been
I
talking...
typed it at you.
No, I still prefer the macro, so I use macros. But I did talk about it as an option. But for those of you wondering why I prefer the macro, it feels just
He's
a little bit
dumb.
differently, but more to the point. With a macro, so here, I'll even show off my macro. What I do with this is, if I am mousing over a target, it casts this spell. If I am manually targeting, like if I manually target Maverick there, and I'm not mousing over him, it casts the spell. If I have a hostile target, which I cannot, heal, it casts it on myself. And that's what I want. That's the three mechanics I want for my heal. Mouse over, target, myself. And that's how I play. That's how I heal.
I mean, if I'm mousing over a target, it heals the target. If I'm targeting something, it heals that. And if I'm not targeting something or I'm targeting something I can't heal, it heals me.
I want that. No, I want that.
Like it does the exact same thing just with mouse over.
She's a doubtless. Anyways, all right. So, we'll go ahead and get Sand Lane because obvious. Shadow Word Pain does more damage, and when your enemy dies, you gain insanity. Oh, thank you. No, thank you. Not you guys. You guys are cool. I don't know, then. I'm just an idiot, because when I tried the in-game functionality, it didn't work. And it just weirded me out, so I stopped using it. Anyways, let's talk about the two options I just got. This one improves both of the previous things. In this case, I have Vampiric Embrace, so this one makes Vampiric Embrace reduce cooldown by 30 seconds and increase healing done by 25%. So that's going to be a minute and a half cooldown on Vampiric, which is going to be awesome. Then I use that to get Throes of Pain. Shadow Word Pain does additional damage, and whenever a target dies while currently having that debuff, I gain Insanity. Yes, thank you. So over in the Shadow Tree, we got all kinds of fun stuff we can get right now. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get Vampiric Crash. Whispering Shadows. Excuse me. I call it Vampiric Crash. I actually referenced this earlier. So right now, Vampiric Touch does special things if it's an AoE, right? But, like, it's not an AoE. I have to manually apply it. However, with this talent, Shadow Crash now applies Vampiric Touch in an AoE. So now I could I could start a pack with Shadow Crash and just get my main dot on everything. So that's nice.
By the way, Shadow Crash is an insta-cast,
Yeah.
as opposed to Vampiric Touch, which is a cast.
Yep. And I noticed that
This is a mandatory spell.
recently.
This is a mandatory thing for all Shadow Priests.
Don't die. Don't die. No! Okay, she's dead. Alright, so I'm taking all her stuff, making her characters mine.
Okay, I'm done dying.
Okay. Here's your stuff back. I was keeping it safe for you. I definitely
Sure
want
you
this. So, Vampiric Touch does 30% more damage and has a chance to generate insanity every time it happens. Yes, please. So, notice how as we're going down the left tree, we're getting more and more stuff to support Vampiric Touch. There's a couple of other things like that, but it's not going to be all the way down. At the bottom, we've got an interesting thing. So this is Yasharaj, that's N'Zoth, that's Yogg-Saron, and that's Cthulhu. And each of them is kind of on point, is the way I'm going to describe that. We'll talk about those more when we get down there. But anyways, for now, let me go ahead and do this quest so we can get up to the dungeon stuff. So here's the Scryer. This quest used to suck. I don't even remember why exactly. What I remember most about this quest is that we used to have to group up for it and, like, make it an event to get this quest done. And since this quest directly leads to the Blood Furnace, we absolutely needed to do this semi-regularly. Like, the biggest thing I remember is we were incapable of holding off the tide of enemies long enough to keep the demonic Scryer alive. So, speaking of explaining things, this quest sucks. It's funny that this takes forever nowadays, because back in the day we used to fall behind on it. But, you know, DPS used to be a little bit lower back in the day. Let's see. So I've already given 3 negatives for quest design to Hellfire Peninsula. I feel like we could give more. I feel like that's a more thing. So we got the Arc Blood, we got the Goblin quests. We've got the padded drops. Let's go ahead and do backtracking. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Well, no, let's not do backtracking, because it's not really as bad as it used to be, and we are reviewing it in its current state, and we have flight. We have dragon flying, more to the point. Anybody who hits 20 has dragon flight. So they probably have dragon flying when they're going through here. Okay, that's wrong. Camera. Only horizontal when moving. There we go, that's better. Don't worry, we're halfway through this quest. So I can't really give it, in fairness, that kind of thing. I think what I can give it is more padding negatives. At this rate, Hellfire is going to score worse than the frickin' Ghostlands. And Ghostlands didn't score very well. On the plus side, there's actually some decent story in Hellfire. Legitimately. There's actually several plot threads going through here. We've already really seen the one, which is, the orcs. That's actually the one we're in the middle of, and that leads to the dungeons. Why exactly are there so many fell orcs here? There really shouldn't be. Hell, there shouldn't be fell orcs in general. The best story beat in this expansion? Oh, geez, I don't know. I mean, one of the most memorable is everything to do with Mauru. Like, that's the easy one. And that is a plot thread that goes throughout the entire expansion. I'm also rather fond of the Pathelion the Calculator arc, which goes across 3 zones. Hellfire, Terrakar, and Netherstorm. Yeah, I'm going to go with one of those two, I think. Okay, are we ready? We're good, we're good. Not yet. Oh yeah, if you talk to it, it says, "Greetings, priest. If I might be so bold, may I remind you that while I attune myself to the magics of the Hellfire Citadel, there will undoubtedly be Hellfire Wardens biting at my proverbial heels. So be an upstanding member of the Horde and play the part of the hero, and protect me." That thing just dazed.
I don't wanna protect you.
I think Spartan's AFK right now. Not an issue at the moment, but we might end up reforming the group, depending. This is such a great quest. Oh, there we go. Success! I have attuned myself to Hellfire Citadel and the magics within. Such power. There are countless fell orcs in that place, but that's not all. I sense demonic power in those walls as well. Open yourself and I will grasp your mind, briefly, and take a quill to parchment and record my findings for you. Okay. And for 2 minutes, I am possessed. Now, this is kind of strange. Okay, that's great. Thank you, game. Because, like, it's already done, and we don't get the additional dialogue for 2 minutes. I don't remember why there used to be the 2-minute delay. First, let me say that your latest agent has performed his duties much to my satisfaction. I have taken possession of his body and now write this with his own hand. Such amusement it gives me. I hope one day I'll have the fortune to possess you, O mighty apothecary. So the report you have commanded me is that Hellfire Citadel is haunted by a demon stronger than any I've encountered. I imagine Manaroth, the pit lord of the Third Great War's fame, possessed the same strength, but very few do. I sense, however, there's an air of confinement on this demon. It would not surprise me if it was acting against its will, or perhaps imprisoned, or in the sway of an even greater power. Time will tell, as they say, for I have also sensed a shifting of fate within the walls of Hellfire. You, the immigrants from Azeroth, that green, lush, horrid place where beings such as myself find a hell of light and life, will see a demon's face, and you will realize that the evils within Hellfire are but the tip of, if you'll permit me a metaphor, a vast iceberg. Oh, what glorious battles lie ahead, if only I could be there to taste the pain and fear that we wrought. Ah, well, I shall end my prosaic waxing and let you chew on these words, your apothecary. Your body is dead, but your soul is very much intact. And I shall have that soul and feast upon it with sublime relish on the day your defenses slip, and I find my way into you. I shall wait until the 4th day of judgment if I must, but you will be mine. Good evening. So polite.
What now? Victory for Sylvanas.
You obtained the reading? Excellent. I'm sure this data will prove invaluable to our research. I will disseminate it to the apothecaries Zelana and Albrecht. You should be proud. Your strength and bravery is unquestionable, as is your service to the Horde. During your foray with the Scryer, I sent word of your exploits to the Felorks. Nazgul wishes to speak with you.
Remember, patience, discipline.
Oh, there it is. So the demon says, thank you for allowing me to visit. You have a very colorful soul, but it's brighter than I prefer, or I might have stayed longer. We are a shadow priest. It's okay, they say that even if you're a warlock or whatever. Christmas white fudge Oreos.
Loktar, for the whole.
It's good to hear of all the moves against the Felorks. The apothecaries have spent much time and resources studying the cause of their corruption. And although such information is invaluable, my orc blood burns to strike a severe blow against these traitors. Listen closely. I will explain my task.
May your blade.
Force Commander Korax is training Shattered Hand captains at the base of the Citadel, honing them to a bloody razor's edge. You must kill him. Most people don't even do this quest till the next zone because it's hard to do. It's really a whole thing. Don't just trust me. Getting this item, there was a thing back in the day. It's okay. It looks even worse than your previous chess piece.
Strength, be safe.
We will persevere. Farewell.
Yeah, we have a couple gameplay negatives.
Relax.
1 or 2. Okay. So I'm gonna grab that quest. I'm not gonna read it yet though. And
Go forth to victory.
hold off on that one. And
For the
okay,
whole.
sorry. Doing these in order. Don't mind me. Bleak and blue. Nothing but glue. So this should be the PvP quest. Yep. This is a Thanksgiving quest, and that's a go-to. Alright, we're good to go. Let's go kill the guy that most people didn't do ever. Never mind when it was actually relevant. As tapped. So don't look too closely at the ground we're walking on. I don't actually want to talk about this too much. In general, honestly. This nonsense that we're walking on is called the Path of Glory. It's probably the worst thing in Warcraft lore, and honestly, I'm probably going to just get rid of it completely in the Warcraft rewrite. It does not deserve to be in this setting. It is quite literally a road built out of the bones of genocided Draenei. It leads from here all the way up to the Dark Portal. I don't know what else to add to that, to be quite honest with you. That is too much. Yeah, there's more than just Draenei here, obviously, but like this is way too much. These people built a road of conquest to attack another world out of the literal bones of their enemies. Nope. Anyways.
I don't have enough gold.
That's... How much do you need?
I have 51 copper.
That I have more than that. Yeah, no, exactly as Mirastra.
fine.
That's just, it's too much. It's too much. You can really tell when we were in our 90s edge phase here.
Speak, friend. May your blades
Let me
never
face the
die.
hand of Karga.
For the whole.
You've done a great deed. The fellow orcs are a shame to all true orcs. If we have one fear, it is succumbing to the demonic corruption once again. So you see, our war with the fellow orcs is more than just merely a battle against fierce foes. It's a battle with ourselves. And with strength, and with strength, you have shown time and again, it is a battle we will win.
Go forth to victory.
Okay.
Be safe.
So let's go ahead and put that up. Alright, so...
Anaria Shola. Remember the Sunwell.
Yeah, no, exactly, Matt Overlord. This is just... What? What's really, really awful is the Legion would think of this...
I have a guild invite.
Sure. The Legion would look at this as inefficient, if nothing else. I know that sounds, like, awful, but it's true. It's just gross. It doesn't accomplish anything, it doesn't do anything, it's not doing it for any reason other than the edge. What? Okay. What? That was strange. Yeah, it is stupid and wasteful. Do I think this will have more gameplay negatives than FF14? Maybe?
Why are you offline?
I have to give you a guild invite.
Oh. Are neither of those
No, they're not in guilds at all.
in the guild? Why?
This hasn't really been relevant. What's your character name, Valerian?
The Nastma?
Not you.
Once you get me in the guild, I can get them in the guild.
Byrell. Oh God, I don't have a guild button. Okay, I can fix that. I can fix that. There we go. Let me go ahead and load a few people here. This is Zan. Zanastma is Zan. This is Valerian. And then Rin.
How was this two not in the guild?
Oh,
Anyway.
that's Mr. Red. No, I just need to get on a character that has invite rights. That's all that is. So Sis is actually promoted to officer, so she can handle that henceforth. But
Because I am an officer.
back down to Holy Wake. Yeah, that's great game. Thanks.
Oh, my buttons aren't in the right spot.
Where's the journal? This feels like that's the journal. Okay. Muscle memory is telling me that's the journal. That's not journal. Maybe it's Traveler's Guide? I don't know. Nope. Okay. What's the dungeon journal called? Maybe let's just look.
Uh,
Oh, there it is. Found it.
Shift K?
There we go.
That better be good.
There we go. That's wrong. It's this button. That's the wrong button. Where's... Someone tell me, what's the default Traveler's Log? Specifically the Traveler's Log.
Hold on.
Because it's not under Traveler.
It's Shift something.
Oh, here
I
we go.
feel
I
like.
thought it's Adventurer Guide. There we go.
Yeah, that's what it's called, is Venture's Guide.
There we go. Hey!
What the hell? My
Yes.
map is tiny and... I opened a zone map.
Congrats. Okay, we're good. That's fixed. Sorry. Ahem.
Hey, Kael'thurus, can you give me your... Do you have a transmogrifier, my dude?
Also, don't know if Spartan's even there.
Mm.
Oh yeah, the mini-map. I forgot the mini-map even exists. I used to use this for something. Probably archaeology. Because that's what that's telling me in my head. Alright, now it's found. Someone kick Mr. Red, because he's not here.
I had lead at some point, and now I don't, and I don't know what happened.
So I suppose now is a good time to go ahead and talk about Holy. So let's talk about Holy. I've already given you the rough overview. So let's talk about talents. The left talents are pretty much the same thing. We do want to go ahead and grab that and that. We're just going to do a couple of prayer mending things. We want Flash Heal to be better. We want Flash Heal to be even better. We don't want Yank, because then our players will hate us. We don't want our players to hate us. I mean, we kind of want our players to hate us, but, you know, only a little. So we need 2 more points. So none of the rest of this is useful. So we'll go ahead and grab that as a mana thing, and...
Oh,
noises.
Let's actually do this instead, and then grab these instead. There we go. And then we'll grab... want any of this crap? That one. Sure, whatever. Okay, so, Tier 2. Sorry, most of this is the same stuff. So now we're going to get a couple of different things. So Power Word Shield is also going to make our damage a little bit better. That's fine. Reduce the target physical damage after 56 after getting crit. We definitely want that. Mass Dispel has its uses, but it's kind of site-specific, so we're going to skip that for right now. While above 75% health, the cast of your Flash of Heal, and Prayer of Healing, and Smite are reduced. We definitely want that. We'll go ahead and grab Power Infusion, not just because it's an Apex thing, but it's a good other person buff. What about Bard? I actually don't know Bard as well as Machinist, so that's my answer to that. So, the first ability we get on Holy is Holy Word Serenity, and I actually already talked about this. So, each of the Holy Word abilities is a big-ass nuke. This is big-ass heal, big-ass AoE heal, and big-ass hit, and there's actually another one further down here somewhere. I forget where it is. There it is, Holy Word Salvation. Each of these are really good high-tier heals. You notice that also has a minute cooldown, but it's an instacast. Thing is, its cooldown is reduced by 6 seconds anytime you cast heal or flash heal. So your basic bread and butter single target heals reduce the cooldown of your big one. That's the same with this one too. When you do Prayer of Healing, that reduces the cooldown of that. When you do Smite, it reduces the cooldown of that. So we want to design a lot of our build around making sure we're constantly getting those cooldowns lower. I already kind of talked about this, but it's what a lot of this build builds around. So we want Prayer of Healing, obviously. We're also going to want... Prayer of Healing has a quarter chance to apply a 6-second renew. Yes. Circle of Healing, that's debatable. That is a 15-second cooldown instacast AoE heal. So that's a kind of an oh crap button. Useful for several reasons. It also synergizes well with Prayer of Healing. Prayer of Healing is our cast time AoE. It's kind of a slow one. It's a 2-second cast. Let's just go ahead and ban this person here. There we go. Oh yeah, no, Holy is very stereotypical healing, but I kind of like it. It's honestly exactly what I want White Mage to be over in FF14. I should mention I actually like White Mage, so make of that what you will. So when a Holy Word Serenity and Holy Word Sanctify finish their cooldown, you just kind of an automatic AoE heal, just for free. We're going to grab that. Holy Word Chastise also stuns. Holy Word Chastise also makes your next Holy Fires instacast. So yeah, that's all. We're actually going to swap this a little bit around to accommodate that. Let's see. We also want healing on allies with renew is increased. Yep, so in other words, we hot them to increase the heal. And now we got to think about it, but I do want Divine Hymn. Divine Hymn is our tranquility. In other words, it's our oh crap button. It's a channel and it's a 3-minute cooldown, but it heals everyone nearby and increases their healing taken. It also stacks. I will go ahead and grab the regen mana thing. And for now, let's go ahead and look at... So this is actually kind of a neat one. These are inverted. So Prayer of Mending is the ability I told you about earlier. Prayer of Mending, you put a buff on someone, and when they take damage, it heals them, and then it bounces to someone else, and it bounces 5 times total. So we can make it so that if it bounces to someone who's renewed, that person gets healing, or we can make it so that when it bounces, it has a chance to leave a renew. Both of these are useful. It depends on your playstyle. For me, since I tend to keep renews maintained, I'm going to go ahead and go with the other one. Let's go ahead and grab this. Get all kinds of buttons on the bar all of a sudden. Holy crap, buttons everywhere. Buttons, buttons, buttons. Let's get rid of that. Put that over here. This is going to have to go here. I can remember how I do this. So it's like this. Get rid of that entirely. Powered Infusion can go up with the cooldowns. Desperate Prayer goes up with the live buttons. Holy Word Serenity goes over here. Holy Word Chastise. I'm not sure where to put that, actually. Not at this point. Let's put that over... No, that's not right. Let's do something weird. Let's try a different build. A little bit. So, Serenity... And... Where's the other one? Sanctify. Serenity and Sanctify. So this should not take me long. We're about to do a dungeon, by the way, for those of you who didn't catch that. Make macros off camera some other time. So this dungeon was something I want to talk about a little. It was kind of a sea change for people playing back in the day. Not like we had bad dungeons in vanilla. We had terrible dungeons in... No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Don't kill me, Wrecker's-Beard, please. Well, Wrecker's-Beard. Wrecker's-Beard and Huthor aren't here. So there's no one to argue for vanilla. Oh, and Lord Harriman. It's always up there. There we go. That's our big-ass AoE. Also one for her. Damn it, Lord Harriman! I always knew. Okay. No, I was joking anyways. I don't actually want to talk about vanilla. Like I said, I'm kind of done talking about vanilla. Okay, so let's do an experiment first. I'm just going to walk in. We'll see what happens. A little bit of an experiment.
I walk in.
Is everyone the correct level? Yep, 33. We're good. Okay, so you were supposed to do about half of Hellfire Peninsula in terms of quests before you get the chain that leads you here. Cool. Nothing really wrong with that. They moved the quest NPCs inside. That's a normal thing. They did that pretty much from Wrath onwards, I want to say, and they went back and... Oh, God. Oh, God. And backported that a little bit. Oh, Jesus, I have to heal with the default UI. This is my most difficult challenge ever. But yeah, this is a dungeon a lot of people probably know very well because it was fun. It was short, it was punchy, it had difficult trash, especially on Heroic. And it was the kind of thing that was extremely lucrative. It had very good gear. It had a ton of experience. And again, like, the end boss is right there. I can literally see the end boss of the dungeon right over there. He's not visible right now, but trust me when I say he's right there. There he is. That's the end boss of the dungeon right there. So that was great design for a lot of us because, you know, we were so used to the sprawling dungeons of vanilla. Like, I mean, Stratholme's a good dungeon and all, but, like, it's huge, right? It takes forever to go through it. Being able to smash this place, this was great. And yeah, I used the polearm you get from here for years as a cosmetic ability, or a cosmetic item, excuse me. Anyways, so story-wise, we are here because we're trying to figure out what the hell is going on with
all of these stupid orcs.
Now, let me double-check my notes because I want to make sure I'm just
Because
doing
they're
this.
red and they're weird.
Yep, and it's strange and oh yeah, and the trash here is actually hard, and they actually have real mechanics to it. I've said it before, I actually like challenge. I know that sounds strange. We're probably going to rush through this place, but doing it at level is going to be great. I'm looking forward to this. So everyone's leaving me as I read these quests. Shatterskull's not personable by anyone's standards, but he certainly gets the job done. Let's put you to work.
For the Horde!
So first of all, Watchkeeper Gargamel and Vazud and the Herald are in charge of defending the ramparts. If you take them out, their forces will be in complete disarray. Slay them both and bring me proof so the invasion can begin.
Farewell! Victory!
One of our scouts brought back unpleasant news. We've spotted powerful agents of the Legion in the ramparts. I need you to kill this demon before he has a chance to relay news and efforts to his superiors. And then, the Fell Orcs have stockpiled many supplies here. Stealing them would be a severe blow to their war effort and a great boon to ours. Are you up to the task?
Victory!
Okay, so supplies, boss, bosses. Fairly basic quests, Very lucrative. Very fun. So we're probably going to be fine here. Feel free to overpull a little bit, Mr. Red. Just so I have to pay attention a little. Just a little. Nothing too bad. Let's see how we do.
I don't have an AoE.
Yeah.
Why don't I have an AoE?
That I don't know.
Because it hasn't got me the
Someone's
AoE
out of
in the
range.
start.
Someone's out of range. Oh, God.
The tank.
Yep, the tank was out of range.
Mr. Red.
It's okay. He gets to die. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just kidding. My professional pride would never let me get him killed. So let's talk about this trash. So obviously we're reviewing it as is. This trash used to be mean. The ranged were mean. The casters would fear. This was back when CCs were horrifying, and a single fear usually led to a wipe back in the day, because that would send you into other packs, and if you double pull, like Mr. Red just did by my request, you'd probably die. So that was its own thing. I'm being efficient right now. That was strange. Note to self, fix that add-on setting. Yes, I know. Thank you. Thank you.
I have a noodle stuck to my foot.
I can't fix that.
No. You don't know why I have a noodle stuck to my foot.
Yeah, you don't... And Mr. Red got dead because he got out of range. So this is a thing that happens. So now this is probably going to be a wipe. No, this is great. I'm actually happy this might be a wipe. Okay, here it comes. Here it comes. I just gotta heal. We can do this. So my sister is demonstrating the Gary strategy here.
It's not a wipe because I've feigned death.
Yep, yep. Now what I could do is I could pull these over to her. And all I have to do is live long enough. Ah, damn it. Okay. That's okay. I am now an angel. Hi. Here they come, by the way. Hang on, hang on. So, speaking of things they changed, you notice we just respawn in the dungeon now instead of, you know, out at the graveyard and having to run back. Mid-mission checkpoints. Now, let's see. Oh, I could not reach Mr. Red in time. Let's see if I can save my sister in time. Nope.
Nope.
Oh yeah, this is great. This is the experience I wanted right here. This is great. Oh yeah. Here we go. Here we go. This is legit. No, I'm actually happy. So even now you can see if I stop paying it, when Mr. Red got out of range, he died in like 3 seconds. And I just want to emphasize that because, well, I am a good healer, and he is a good tank. I've seen him tank well. The moment that anything happens in that supply chain of healing, it's over, just like that. So even now, this place has a little bit of an edge to it. Not much, just a little bit. Thank you, Panka. Always appreciate.
Mr. Red. I'm a good tank.
He's fine. He's fine. Here, I didn't even buff anybody because I don't have an indicator that I have not buffed people. But people are buffed now. And here's the best thing. I am such a good healer that I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. And I'm going to AFK and go write down some donations. Let's see. So that's from Pinka. And that's going towards All Out New Vegas. Dragon Age 4.
Tank is dying.
Gods.
Tank is dying and running ahead.
He's not even at at half health.
He's at 59%.
Like I said, he's not at half health.
And he was running ahead.
He's not at half health. He's fine. He's fine. Okay, I'm gonna pull aggro over here. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, this music is too quiet. I think I overcompensated. Give me my music back.
No, I want multi-shot.
No multi-shot.
Give me multi-shot.
No multi-shot.
I want to be able to hit multiple things.
Why would you want an AoE in a video game? That is ridiculous. Oh, no, you don't. You don't get to die, Mr. Red. So, let's talk about these. These guys have bleeds, they have dots, they hit hard. That guy over there, the Bone Chewer Destroyer, he hits you with Mortal Strike, which reduces the amount of healing you take.
I have fire.
The Hounds do a buff thing, and they pull more. That's an add. That's a boss. This boss has a simple mechanic. He has 2 adds with him, and those adds heal. Now, see if you can figure out the strategy for this fight. Careful. It may surprise you. There's not too much to it. Oh my god, remind me to fix that.
Quickly!
So does that heal me quickly? This guy in Heroic was just a kick in the teeth. It was such a weird experience when we first started doing Heroics back in the day. It's like, all right, let's go to Hellfire Heroic. Let's see how that is. Okay. And then we died on the first trash pack. And it's just like, whoa! Was not ready.
Hey, I just picked up a bow that's better than what I've got on.
I just got an upgrade of a cloak. Yay. Okay. I agree, Linareth. Because, yeah, you're right. Some of it's like...
Thanks at 36%.
Tank's fine. Tank's fine. Tank can live for 3 seconds. And there. Big hit.
If you guys can't tell, I don't like running with other people who are healing.
Hey.
Because I'm like, you're not doing your job well enough. The tank's not at 100%.
Listen. See, my sister and I are very different. I heal to relax. That's not a brag. I really do find healing relaxing in this game. So this is what I do when I want to chill. So I don't, like, approach it the same way my sister does, who she treats it like it's a competition. Yeah, the tank's over 1%. We're good. We're good. Yes, my sister is... You've seen backseat Zeldaing? This is backseat healing.
Shut up.
So, sorry, I was talking about design. We're kind of pushing through this a little bit quickly, even doing it at level, but you'll notice the trash is interesting and actually requires using some thought. It's not great trash, but you notice the trash has moved up from being a negative to not being a negative, which sounds like a small improvement, but it isn't. So we're already doing better than several of the previous dungeons we've already covered. I need to fix that setting. Like this stuff here, these Bleeding Hollow Scryers, yeah, these guys were fun. And they summon ads. And then there's the Bone Chewer Ripper. We've talked before about the concept of a heavy. He was our heavy. He doesn't look like it, because he's
Look at Maverick. Look at Maverick.
He's fine. He's fine. You'll
He's
just...
stuck.
It's fine. Just bear out of there. Bear with it.
Get in there.
The best part is we didn't queue for this, so he's physically... Like,
I just jumped out.
now, what's really funny is I didn't actually take the yank ability, but if you give me a second, because this is a good game, I could just respec right now
Can you?
and try to yank you out of there. Hang on, hang on. So, this is a minute cooldown, so I'm going to try the thing most likely to succeed first. Target is not in line of sight. Hang on. Do me a favor, just spam jump for a second.
Jump, Maverick.
He's doing it. He's doing it.
You're not jumping.
I mean, I'm seeing it. It's just, he's not getting any height. Let's try up here. Yeah, no, it says he's not in line of sight. Okay, so. No. This is cool. This is cool. So, I need someone else to come with me. We're gonna explain how we fix this. He's gonna hearth.
Oh yeah, paladins are faster than me. Go, Mr. Red. I am going to be amused.
Yep, he got feared into the geometry. Believe it or not, from what I have read, that is one of the reasons enemies don't lean on fear the way they used to. Not the only reason. Obviously, CC has kind of gone away in general, but yeah. Yes, laughing into a cough is a hereditary thing in my family. Anyways, so as I was saying, trash is a step up. The first boss is really, really basic. In fact, I can actually double check here. Hey, check it out. Yep, he's got Overpower, Mortal Wound, Surge, and then the priests. So, pretty basic, but still up to the point of being a neutral. Oh, he's already made it back. Jesus Christ, Maverick. Frickin' druids! I was gonna go summon him. Our next boss, which we'll be fighting in a few seconds, I'll talk about it right now, is a demon. So, he is going to start summoning hounds, and that's going to be his shtick. He has Treacherous Aura, which just does damage to all players within range of the person he is hit with that. Shadow Bolt, which is normal. Orbital Strike, which is exactly what it sounds like. And his hounds constantly drain life. Mr. Ed, I swear to God. The Dungeon Journal... So, the funny thing about the Dungeon Journal is the individual... like, the interface has already gotten a positive. The quality of the information in the dungeon journal, however, is going to depend on this specific expansion. So like BC's dungeon journal is actually not all that great. It's mostly fairly basic, and in some cases contains no information. Like, let's just go look at Hyjal here. Let's see, what are Rage Winter Chill's abilities? Oh, that's right. It's not even listed here. Stuff like that. And yeah, the journal will start to get much better when we hit Kata. That's when you're really going to start to see some positives for that. Okay, so back into it.
They pulled the next trash pat.
Okay. Pull the whole room.
I didn't die.
I'm real. Do the whole room. Do the whole rampart.
I'm going.
I'm paying attention. Okay, I didn't mean for you to both do that. I might not be able to handle that.
I have a button that lets me feign death.
Yep, I couldn't handle both of you doing that separately. I'm sorry. I cannot handle healing two people at once, to be perfectly frank. That's just not on my list at this level. So it's okay. Hey, check it out. I can turn in a quest already. Hey, what's up?
Strength
Have some
for the
supplies.
Horde.
Thank you. No, I know, Rain 36. I'm not saying it's like, oh, this game sucks until you get to Kata. Although I guess I am saying that. Death to vanilla!
Say hi, stream.
Those are arrowheads.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you already have a fuzzy beard again? You do. Go look at your face in the mirror. Welcome to the interlude that is motherhood. Shut my door, please. Ayla. Or not. I am the tank.
Okay, so to be clear, when we get up there, I would like the tank, who is Mr. Red, to go try and pull the room. And I will focus on trying to keep the tank alive.
But I was having fun.
I'm glad that you're having fun.
I killed all the things.
That is not quite true. You did kill us.
We are part of the things.
That's true. She's got me there.
I'm not even there yet, so you're good. I can't.
Perfect time to pull without her. Okay, for real. Let me pop the buff. Get a bubble going in advance. All right, I am ready to go on this. You are pre-hotted.
Bum, 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 bum. Hi, cat.
I'm going to get in the middle, because I need to be in range of you at all times. I'm going to start big. Do this.
I'm gonna stand here because he's almost dead. And
Nope.
he's dead.
Wow, nope, I couldn't keep up with that.
Yep.
Damn. Nope. Okay. So that's good to know. It took until the third pack, though. So you can so I can handle 2 packs at once. Now, admittedly, I apologize, Mr. Red, because I'm kind of using you to make a point. Part of the reason I wanted to show this off is, obviously, you know, I'm not trying to say that this is hard difficulty by any measure. I'm not trying to say that this is anything consequential, but what I wanted to mention is anybody who's done a modern dungeon knows that you can just wall-to-wall pull, especially as with modern dungeons, and just Shrek everything, especially if you have a tank and a healer who know what they're doing. You couldn't really do that back in the day because even with the modern, you know, designs and talents and class balance and all that, the dungeons just weren't designed for that. You were not supposed to be able to do that. Like, I've been kind of talking about it. Some of these trash reduce... That's a good point. Spartan's got you there, Mr. Red. Some of this trash reduces the healing you receive. Some of this trash puts bleeds on you, which I can't do anything about. Some of this trash stuns you. Some of this trash does dots on you. There's all kinds of things about it which just pushes through you in a way that kind of naturally designs you to not overpull. Now, as weird as this sounds, I kind of miss this approach to trash. There's 2 types of trash I enjoy. Well, 3, actually. One is Dynasty Warriors, when everything is so pathetic you just run over it. It's like, where is your corpse? There it is. Oh, he's already got you. So, like, you know, when you're just mulching everything, and that's the fun. That's only fun for a little bit, and that's why that's kind of an asterisk. I would not, you know, want that long term for a whole game. Some trash is interesting.
I make friends.
because that trash serves as a tutorial. You know, something that's like, hey, this is the kind of stuff you're going to be facing on the boss fight. WoW itself didn't really get into that style of approach until Pandaria. A lot of Pandaria dungeons and raids are really, really good at tutorializing what the bosses are going to be in the fights leading up to them. So even though you have the dungeon journal, the game itself also helps you to get into the mindset of what you're going to be needing to do coming up. So that's good trash design as well. The third and final trash design is pretty much what you're looking at here, when the trash is mean. When the trash has its own mechanics and its style, and this is designed to do its own thing, right? Designed to beat your face in and discourage you from, for example, triple pulling. Again, I was keeping Mr. Ed up with the double pulls. In fact, I am currently keeping Mr. Ed up through double pulls pretty easily. So we can pretty much say our set point is the moment we get a third pack. When we hit that set point, it's too much, right? So I'm not saying this is turbo easy. I am having to try. I don't know if everyone else is having to try.
I am pushing buttons.
And it's nice to be able to experience this stuff relatively at level. This is something... If Blade Tribal was here, this is the kind of thing I was talking about.
Yeah, I'm just mashing buttons.
Well, you were asking about how to experience the content on one character. This is the big asterisk, dungeons.
You dare stand against me?
Because the overwhelming majority of content, you just go and you just do the content on one character and you're done, right? No complexity, no nothing, right? But dungeons, being able to experience a dungeon, at level like we are currently doing, this is the thing that takes the asterisk, and this is why it pisses me off so much that they have yet to steal the roulette system from FF14, or even just the sinking down queue system
Feast,
from
my
FF14.
lad. Eat your fill.
Okay, Ad's dead, he's dead, we're good.
Over.
Quick aside, this wasn't exactly unusual. We had several outdoor dungeons back in Vanilla, but this is a fun one.
Now,
See, we can actually
run
see
back.
Thrallmar over there, and over there we can see the ramparts for the PvP stuff. And if you look down, you'll actually see the spot where we were scrying earlier, just down there. Easy to do, relatively speaking, because they already have the meshes, right? But what's funny is in a couple of cases,
where are you going? You need to go to the right.
You will see a thing where, like, they've changed the zone in the quests, and then you go to the dungeon, and the dungeon isn't the same because it was copy-pasted off of the models years ago. Now, this is going to be interesting because Mr. Ed's about to die. I am sprinting as fast as I can, but he got so far ahead of me. Yeah, no. So this is actually fascinating trash right here, because these guys look easy, and they're not. Every single one of these is what we call a heavy. Going back to that concept. So everything here is something that hurts.
You have faced
Now,
many
this is the funny part.
Pity
This
they
trash
were
is also
all
part of the boss.
Soon
So I
your
cannot res Mr. Red because I'm in combat with the boss. So we're about to do the boss
You are nothing. I answer
with no tank. Oh, never mind.
We
have
have
a druid. We have a druid.
Be the end of you all.
Another fairly basic boss. Nothing too fancy here. Wow. Okay. This is an interesting
This is
thing.
a dragon.
Yep. Usual dragon
Maverick
rules
is now a
apply.
bear.
Yep. That's the emergency tank button. Okay. Let's try that again. I don't know what exactly killed Mr. Red there precisely, but it sure killed him. That is a thing that happened. So the loot off of this boss is kind of deceptive. It's this chest up here, so you gotta go grab this if you want the loot.
Oh, oops.
Oop. I mean, you don't have to have the loot, it's just loot. My sister now has dragon flying.
I had dragon flying.
I know, right, Cloden? That was totally a Legion demon. Wink. Anyway, so this guy was a descriptor for Illidan. He's actually specifically referencing Illidan here, because the Fel Orcs swear allegiance to him. We'll talk about that later. Let's do... So this makes it so our power infusion gives us double the full effect if I use it on an ally. So if I use it on someone else, I get the effect of it too. We also just drop down, and here's the beginning of the dungeon. Hey, look! Shortcut mechanics.
Blood and thunder.
So as you can see, it's a fairly simple dungeon, but you can see why it was so popular, especially as a way to start this stuff out.
Farewell.
Now, actual game design, it's wild. So let's go ahead and jot down some thoughts there. Hello. There we go.
We like this.
Yes. Now we're going to go do Shattered Halls. We actually already have the quest for the Shattered Halls. That's the funny part. Yeah, Blood Furnace has a really good shortcut. Shattered Halls has no shortcut. Follow the group. Or I can go back outside. Okay, so...
Stack.
Let me go down to gameplay positives. So this is Shattered Halls. This was... okay, I'll go outside.
I'm in.
Nobody else is here. Okay, this is the dungeon. Did everyone get in? Did everyone get in just as I left? Of course they did.
Mm-hmm.
So, Shattered Halls was considered one of the really hard ones back in the day. In fact, there was an argument about which was the hardest 70 dungeon, and amongst my particular guild, that argument usually boiled down to either Arcatraz or Shattered Halls. Sis is going to start pulling. I'm going to let her die. So, let me pick up the quests first, then I'll talk about it as we go.
Zug zug.
There's a lot of quests in here. Keep your head down or you'll be on the wrong end of an arrow.
Victory.
Kazarez is dying a coward's death. Grand Warlock Nethercurse placed a terrible curse upon him. Perhaps if you were to bring in one of the embers from the braziers, it could counteract the magic before it's too late.
For the Horde.
Kargath was one of the Horde's greatest heroes. No, he wasn't. He never was. Don't push that lie. He now wears the false mantle of War Chief. Bring me his namesake weapon so he can remember the champion he once was rather than the monster he's become.
Strength.
Warbringer Omrog has killed more brave soldiers than any enemy I've ever seen. He is ruthless, cunning, and extremely powerful. Take him down and bring his war cloth to me so we can fashion it to a batter and show them the fury of the Horde.
What do you need?
So, kill the elites, or we will never defeat Kargath. Okay, so, now I mute myself. Okay, now I unmute myself. So this dungeon's mean. Like I said, it was in the running for one of the two hard ones, the really hard ones. And I don't know if that's a fair assessment, but at least one of the biggest reasons why this was so hard back in the day was because it had so much crap. An individual pull was a bare minimum of 2 mobs, which sounds like a small amount, but then you realize that it's more likely to be 4 or 8 or 6. Like this room we're staring at right here. It was very easy to overpull in a lot of cases, especially with those ranged mobs. Yep. So now this has turned into, looks like a 6-pack. Now we've got a 6-pack, at least with this setup.
5. There's 5 of them.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Excuse
Now
me,
there's 4.
It is 5, you're correct. But yeah, no, I remember setting CCs up. The whole reason I have these marks here, well, I only have 1 now because of the issue I had yesterday, on hotkey, is because of the fact that I needed to be able to mark very quickly on the fly. So the mages knew what to CC, the DPS knew what to target. You always target skull. And then, you know, we also had usually a rogue. And our tank for doing this, I usually wasn't tanking this usually. I instead had a paladin tank who would tank for me for this. I've referenced it before. His name was Silas. He was one of the only people who could successfully tank this place because...
And of course, we kill the skull last.
Well, of course. Because he was a paladin. Being able to AoE tank was actually a lot harder back in the day. And so being able to actually hold this many mobs at once while living was considered a skill.
Line up and crush the...
Notice that as we kill trash, more trash spawns and then comes out and then deals with us.
Hold them back at all costs.
And this is just the gauntlet. It's not even a true gauntlet.
A grubber come.
But as we're doing this, you'll notice more mobs are joining us, the converts. Now those are little elites, so they're not bigs, they're not specials. But there is stuff just fighting, so this is still kind of a gauntlet. The only difference between this and a typical gauntlet was this doesn't lead directly to a boss battle, and you can actually have moments of pause to drink really quickly if you need to in the middle of this gauntlet. So a fun place, overall. think I'm just going to swap these. This is just not working. There we go. Yeah, that feels better. So yeah, overpulling and overchaining, all that fun stuff was just a whole thing. Now, Buther says Blood Furnace was the hardest. That's going to be my answer to that. We never had any real issues with Blood Furnace. I can only speak from personal experience there, but me. Heroic Blood Furnace, obviously. But Shattered Halls, we had issues with Shattered Halls normal. When we got to Shattered Halls Heroic, this place just beat our teeth in. It is also, pound for pound, some of the most trash in this entire expansion. Like, obviously, this is the expansion of lots of trash. But holy crap, Shattered Halls just has so much trash. Now, how good or bad that is, well, it's debatable. It is the same overall design philosophy that we were seeing back in Hellfire Ramparts. In other words, each of these has their own mechanics and gimmicks, and they're there to try and coincide with each other in counter design, put very, very simply. Why am I doing this before Blood Furnace? So, Blood Furnace doesn't actually really have anything to do with this narratively. And just like Hellfire Ramparts doesn't really have anything to do with Blood Furnace narrative. Blood Furnace leads to Magtheridon, and the Ramparts leads to the Shattered Halls. It's kind of two separate arcs that are going through Hellfire Peninsula. In terms of if you were doing it at level back in the day, you would go Ramparts and then Blood Furnace, and then you'd go keep leveling. And then when you finally hit 70, probably in Blade's Edge, that's where I hit it, then you could come back, and you could go do Shattered Halls, which is this one. And then you'd come back with a raid, and then you'd do Magtheridon. We're doing that out of order, because that order makes no sense and never has. Anybody who watched the Warcraft series, all 0.8 of you, knows that in several cases the intended path of going through things frankly made no sense. Because there would be a lot of, oh yeah, you remember that story arc that we started like 10 levels ago? Well, go back to it.
Now you're finally high enough level to find the end of it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't remember what we did in the lore run, so I have no idea. Warcraft is better than lore run. Go watch Warcraft. If you type exclamation mark Warcraft into chat, you'll actually see it right now. We'll link to it anyways. So, this stuff is relatively simple. All it does is give you a movement and a haste debuff. Nothing fancy. But you can see how it could stack up and cause some issues, especially since there's a lot of these things. Notice again, that trend. Shattered Halls is just trash. So much trash. And what Huthor said earlier is is correct. It is so easy to chain pull and overpull in this place. In general, you're probably not going to have issues even going back with it. Not unless you really fall apart. But man.
Your pain, your pain,
Your pain. Your pain.
Go on, take another. Don't waste your time on that one. He's weak.
So here's our first boss. Only two converts here.
What a waste. Next.
So, Grand Warlock Nether Curse. So there's a couple of strats here. He's pretty normal, but he puts that thing on the ground, and a few seconds later, it kills you. In Heroic, that would just straight up kill you when that finally erupts. I'm curious how much... Yeah, I'm just waiting. Is it... Oh, it's doing damage over time now. Right, because the... Yeah, okay. Nope, that tracks, that tracks. He also does an AoE, where he just starts spinning, and it's one of the worst AoEs in the game. It's something they brought back.
GTFO was very mad at me for standing in that.
Run away, little girl. Yeah, there's a quest thing up here. Which, did that share?
No, it was more just... Brap, 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 brap.
Yeah, pretty much.
Invaders have breached the
And yes, rogues and engineers could go through that door and
I'm
skip
in
the
target.
sewers.
Help!
I'm right here, you're fine.
No, you're not.
See? You're fine. You haven't taken a single point of damage, shush.
Yeah, because I ran away as soon as I saw them.
So, Nether Curse, he had some fairly basic pay attention checks. In other words, get out of the void circle as soon as he summons them. And he would do a spin, a whirlwind attack, which would do damage, and also spin randomly and throw shadow bolts throughout the entire group. So he was a pay attention check, and he was a unavoidable damage check for the healer. Make sure to heal your entire group, because that's going to hurt.
Invaders have breached
We wiped on him so much because of his AoE spin attack. God dang. Because it hurt. Like, it hurt a lot. But this is another...
Continue the pattern of trash upon trash upon trash.
Yep. This is Gauntlet number 2. And you notice they're actually, by the way, there's actual voice acting here. Holy crap.
Ready!
But yeah, you can see there's a whole lot of stuff there. And now they're going to be shooting at us while we're dealing with the trash. Most of these are littles. But yeah, there's the fire arrows. And yeah, this whole thing makes you feel like you're pushing through a barracks, which makes sense because you are. This is the military headquarters of the Hellfire Citadel, right here. What we did earlier, that was the ramparts, which are the ramparts. It's the wall. It's exactly what it sounds like. And yeah, there's a boss who would be right there if this was heroic. So yeah, this is a traditional gauntlet stuff going into boss and then boss battle immediately afterwards. And yeah, there's armory and there's armaments. The brickwork honestly isn't great yet, to be quite frank, but it could be worse. It's
Better than vanilla.
It's better than vanilla. No arguments there. Like they're still doing the BC thing, right? Big open empty space and then stuff over on the walls. Like it's whatever. And yeah, as you can see, we've got rats all in the food because of course they do. Folks love their rats. Then we have the third gauntlet. Now, this isn't a gauntlet. This is just lots and lots and lots of trash. Now, I'm going to pull an extra because those guys on the side are part of a quest, and you have no other reason to pull them normally. So we're going to double pull, and we'll see how we handle a double pull. Because we've already established that
Those are little. They're not big.
That's true. Straight is still challenging me on that assertion. Now, let's get some stuff, though. Yeah, let's get some stuff here and some stuff here. We'll pop this button. There we go. Now we're not.
Well, that acolyte is just like, I'm gonna stand
Yeah,
up.
that acolyte is just being a dick, is what he's doing. He's trying to. Whoa! Okay, I could not keep Spartan up through that. I didn't even have a chance to get a second cast off.
That.
It's okay. I'll get you up in a second, Spartan. Oh, here comes some more. I'll get you up in more than a few seconds. So I want to kind of comment on something. Some people have asked me, who play FF14 exclusively, how you can have... Sis, could you let me rest, please?
Nope.
How can you have a... Come on.
This isn't. You can res as long as you're not in combat, so don't heal me.
I'm just waiting so I can do this. There we go. There we go. All right. Yes, that's what I used to do too, especially in heroic. Words. So I lost my train of thought.
Not my fault. It was still mandatory to have mages around so you could have food.
Yeah. Or you'd have one in town, like you'd switch to one, grab a bunch of food, and then you'd switch back, and then everyone would just have stocks of food.
Mm-hmm. And then you would trade food to the person who had been on the mage.
Yep. That was a loud noise. No, mage food didn't buff. It was just there to heal. Barracks, military, tons and tons of trash. Each of this trash hurts.
Yeah, I have the music turned off.
I have the music on, but it is... This is not great music. Simplest way to put that. We pull these because we don't have to. It's for the quest. Sis is taking damage. Stop taking damage. You know, this is... I've said before that WoW tends to lean towards ambient music. Oh, FF14. I've said before that WoW tends towards ambient music. Some of that's a little bit better than other zones, you know? Like, picture Ardenweald compared to this, and it's just
Dang.
night and day. Grats. Hey, Gratzman! Yeah, if you're paying attention, this song actually played in Molten Core at certain parts. And BRD, I think. So, for those of you who play FF14... Finally remember where I was going with that. Some people have asked me, how can you have engaging gameplay in WoW as a healer when you don't have to DPS all the time? Now, that was one of the most insane things I'd ever heard, and I was just bluggered by that. Like, wait, what? But
If you're not healing, people are dead.
Well, no, I mean, yes, you are correct. But, like, after playing FF14 more, I realized that, yeah, on a lot of trash, especially on dungeons, you don't have a lot to do as a healer. Not really. And not unless it's one of the mean bites. And in general, you're just like, whatever. So you fill that with green DPS, and green DPS sucks, and we'll talk about that later. Or in the past, more accurately. But here, you're busy as a healer. Like,
Why don't you let me do the talking?
you may or may not have noticed, but I have spent a little bit of my time DPSing, but for the most part, I am always doing something, trying to keep ahead of everything.
This is all your fault.
We killed the boss before you talked about him.
I hate
He's just a boss.
Yeah, he fell over. He has a mechanic.
No, he doesn't. He has
His mechanic is he has a... Well, you know, to this day, I don't actually know if he has 2 aggro tables or if he just resets his aggro every time he swaps heads. But one of the heads will be like, my turn now. And then, you know, I'm going to wait back here. No reason. Yep, that's why.
Mr. Red. I like
Yep.
Mr. Red's
Yep.
response.
His mechanic is he does. Yep, there we go again. Ah! Yeah, where's our flares, Hunter? God!
I don't have flares.
You do too. Yeah, he's also taunting me, I remember that. Because I used to tank this crap, and getting him back was just irritating.
No, I don't. Oh, wait. Yeah, I do.
Yes, you do. I know you do.
Ah,
Get some flares out there, Hunter. Let's see these things.
hold on.
Throw your candle. Throw your candle. You should have thrown it out further.
Shut up. I'll
So,
find
yeah.
him the hard way.
This is the hallway of
There you
saps.
go. I found
There
one.
you go. Perfect. There's our next sap. Thanks, Hunter. Appreciate you. It is actually a whole discussion if healers should DPS or not. I have spent actual years debating it for both FF14 and WoW, and the conclusion I've come to is that it depends a little bit, obviously, on the game in question, but when it comes to FF14, healers should have DPS approach, like combos and cooldowns and class design, and their DPS should coincidentally heal. That's my opinion.
I found that one.
Now, whether that would apply to WoW or not is more debatable, because WoW's balance and dynamic is a little bit different than FF14's. But that's the solution I've come up with. Hey! He was like right outside. Did you see that?
Yep.
He was like right outside of that. Pretty much, yeah, Spartan, pretty much. And yeah, it's one of the reasons why Sage is by far my favorite healer class in FF14. So, like that, but more, you know? Like, White Mage is already halfway there. They've already got the frickin' Bloody Flower mechanic, right? Anyways, so, Kargath Blade Fist. I'm not going to talk about him too much narratively, because there's not too much to talk about narratively yet. He has a mechanic we might not even see at the rate we've been going. Yeah, that's why I didn't even push back against that, Huthor, when you were mentioning it, when we were talking about Priest the other day. Here, I'm going to just dead stick. There we go, hey! So he'll do this, and he'll target someone randomly, and he's doing damage as he goes, right? This, if you weren't ready for it, could absolutely shred a group in Heroic.
Horde will prevail.
And you're dead. Rotten hell. Alright, so, Shattered Halls. Not
Hey,
bad.
I got a scroll.
Not great, not terrible.
I now have more stamina.
Strength and honor.
Let's go and turn on our
For
quests.
the Horde.
To bring the Ember, he deserves a warrior's death.
Strength.
I will sing many songs of his glory.
Victory.
Quest.
Farewell.
Any proof of Kargath's defeat.
Strength.
We should not forget the orc
I did not
Kargath
get the
once
Fell Ember.
was.
Where's the Fell Ember?
First boss.
How did I miss that?
It's easy to miss,
Taboo.
actually.
Oh, whatever.
Victory.
You have to go over by the brazier, the big purple fire, and then use the quest item.
Whatever.
Cloth,
For the Horde.
and we're done.
Taboo.
That's all the
How do you get
quests.
out of the dungeon.
We run. There is no shortcut in Shattered Halls. And that's kind of what I'm getting
It
at.
looks like there is.
Yeah. 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 So anyways, this is Shattered Halls. Not super impressed, if I'm being honest. Compared to something like Hellfire Ramparts, which is tight and well designed and has good, interesting trash fights, and has shortcut design and has some cool, unique bosses. Shattered Halls mostly feels like, eh. Now the question is, how bad is it relative, in the overall scope of things? We already have some establishment on what constitutes a bad level. The long corridor isn't something I'm super in favor of, but it's not really that terrible, especially since the dungeon uses it to good effect. It's part of the gauntlet mentality, so... Okay. But, and I was about to bring that up as Mirror Star, I think the biggest problem with Shattered Halls is it's too long and too many gauntlets. It really just is a huge portion of trash. And that's Shattered Halls in a nutshell, right? Trash, trash, trash. It's one of the most trash-intense dungeons in, I think, the game, actually. Right, this is just corridor after corridor after corridor of trash. I think that Blood Furnace, for perspective, is a little bit more but well designed. It's not like this place is badly designed. So here's what I'm thinking. Let's go ahead and give a... Give me a sec. Let's give a trash positive to Shattered Halls. I mean that. Because Shattered
Did you
Halls...
give a positive for the fact that the door opens after you kill that second boss, or the first
No.
boss, or the whatever boss with the stupid hallway of the sludge?
No.
But that's, like, okay. But that's at least a neutral.
Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, no, it's the feeling of going through the military. And like I said, the trash is well designed. We kind of pushed through this, but the trash in here does have mechanics and variables and encounter design and blah, 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 blah. There's stuff to it, right? It's not just, here's a guy who has slightly more health. And some thought was put into the encounter design as well. Who should be fought alongside what? Yeah, I'm a little bit weirded out by how much damage we're putting out, honestly, Rector's Beard, because when I was doing something with this earlier, that was not the case, so we'll see. Then again, I know with the most recent patch, they've screwed with some of the scaling, because I've done monotombs since then, for those of you who know what I'm referencing. Anyways, that sucks. But then gameplay negatives. This place, it's the worst. It's the worst thing in the universe. So we're gonna go ahead and give some negatives here. Let's go with my sister.
I am out of the stream. The Steam. I'm out of the Go. I'm gonna go lay down now.
Okay, feel better.
Yep. Bye, stream.
But we'll say bye in like 30 seconds. A nice little touch. He's actually dead by the time we get back. I guess that's not really a nice touch, but it's a touch. I like it. And yeah, when we do Magtheridon, which will probably not be today, that'll probably be tomorrow. We'll have to just kind of we'll have to literally dead stick. There's no other way to do it because we can't do Magtheridon synced. One moment. I have specific points in which I plan to do each raid. You'll notice we already did several of the raids. That's because that's the stuff that wasn't really connected to anything else. Probably not, Yura. No. Congrats, Spartan. Okay. That's those dungeons. I am not prepared. Wait. Yes, I am. What are you talking about? Let's go ahead and grab some. So this talent will make Divine Hymn heal for even more, and the stacks will do even more buffing every stack. I'm glad you're enjoying Zone 4. Hang on. Yep, nope, that's the zone I think it is. I had to really think about that for some reason. Let's look at our shadow talents. We haven't looked at these for a minute. Yes, I want Shadow Word Pain, so we already talked about that one. Over here we can get Mind Spike, Mind Decay. We actually have a lot of options right now for Shadow, and most of it's good. Let's go ahead and do this one. So Shadow Word Pain has a chance to reset our cooldown on Mind Blast and make our next Mind Blast instant. In other words, it procs us to give us a free instant Mind Blast. We absolutely want that. I do not know, Europe, but they usually do. Okay, so that's those dungeons, and that's the story quest that we'll do up there. If you're paying attention, we actually have no quests right now. So now we're going to go ahead and move west. Finally. If you're paying attention, Hellfire Peninsula is actually 2 zones, east and west. We have finally finished east on the Horde. So we're going to go grab a couple of things and scooch forward. And yeah, most of the upcoming raid, pretty much every raid up until War Within, is going to involve the same thing. Okay, here's this boss. Explain, explain, explain. One shot.
Victory!
There's really nothing I can do about that. Greetings. I've deciphered the Legion's missive and discovered the demon's strategic plans for this peninsula. We cannot allow oh, hang on. Apparently there's a large group of hellish terror fiends gathering near the pools of Agonar in the west. We cannot allow such a force to go unchallenged. You must go there and decimate their cursed numbers.
Salama Ashalanore!
Lord, be safe.
Magister Bloodhawk has finally deciphered the Legion missive. Turns out to be attack plans by one of Kazak's lieutenants, Arazius the Cruel. Hi, Kazak. Apparently Azarius commands the Legion forces in Hellfire. The time has come to terminate his command. Terminate with extreme prejudice. Head west to the pools of Agonar and put the end to the so-called Legion Lord. Today the Horde reclaims Hellfire Peninsula. Legion be damned.
Strength. May your blades
We
never...
have recently discovered a plot to assassinate our envoy to Falcon Watch. Hellfire Citadel learned of the plans to send an expedition there earlier this morning and set up an ambush. Our scouts have informed me an assassin known as Kroon's Spinebreaker waits along the road. Go there and slay the assassin. Sure, the fellow are not to be trifled with.
Go forth to victory.
Yep, that is a Magister. Magister.
Anaria Shola.
What are you still doing here? Didn't you hear we built a proper Sindori outpost in Hellfire Peninsula? Surely you'd rather be amongst your fellow Blood Elves, away from all this smell. You'll find Falcon Watch to the southwest, beyond the Citadel. Report to Ranger Captain Venrin. He will take care of you. Shut up, Kazak. The road ahead is dangerous and heavily patrolled by Alliance scouts. I'd recommend traveling with companions. Blood Elves, preferably. Yes, let me check my fingernails, because I'm evil! Because the Blood Elves were evil in BC, for no goddamn reason. Sorry. I've already complained about that. I have nothing else to add. Moving on. So, we're actually not going to do those quests, even though they're on the way. We're just going to go straight to Falcon's Watch. Whoop, wrong button. Sorry. Okay, here's Falcon's Watch. Okay, I love this. They've plopped down like one tower and one thing. All the rest of this is literal tents and cots on the ground. Most of it medical. I like this, though. These are recovering pilgrims. The idea here, so notice we immediately start getting back into visual storytelling as soon as the Blood Elves enter the thing. The Blood Elves are all recovering and have tons of medical supplies and an entire healing camp. Why? Because just getting here is damaging, and some of them don't even survive the trip. If that sounds weird, I know that I just ran across here in flight in like 3 seconds, but we went through the portal, then they had to get past the Legion front, up to Thrallmar, then they had to travel a road past Hellfire Citadel, which I remind you is enemy territory, and then go through Hellfire Peninsula, essentially unescorted, all the way over here. This is a trip. I've always wondered how many Blood Elves died making this particular pilgrimage, because it has to be more than 0. And yeah, this was intended to be an outpost, a place where Blood Elves could pause in their pilgrimage before continuing further. So, immediately, yes, I like it. Let's start grabbing some quests. Yes, this is their big chance for redemption.
Our enemies will fall.
My husband, Aurelion, has been fascinated with the pools of Agonar ever since we arrived in Outland. He spent much of his time studying slimes, of all things. He went missing there a few days ago. They say he's dead and there's nothing I can do about it. One thing I can do is ensure his research doesn't die with him. Go northeast to the pools and look for his journal. He always carried it inside a brown knapsack. Okay.
Be ready for anything.
We'll help you find your husband's corpse.
Anubilore Delana.
So that's Eric
Remember
Coa.
the sun well.
Okay. Northeast of here lies the pools of Agonar. Once a sacred site to the Draenei, their waters were corrupted after the blood of the demon Agonar was spilled into them. That blood, though old and diluted, still possesses tremendous power. Terror fiends now walk the area, empowered by the pure demonic energies of the original blood. Slay them. Retrieve as much of the fell blood as you can. I'll make it worth your while.
Keep your wits about you.
What do you require?
Hold on to that one too. Okay.
The eternal sun guides us.
If anything proves how far Blizzard has fallen, Huthor, it is exactly what you just said. Just scooch up here. Whoop, Ah! Nice outpost up here.
Anaria Shola. Remember the sun well.
Welcome to Falcon Watch. Many other Blood Elves haven't been as fortunate enough to make it this far. It's a terrible shame. Our work in Outland has just begun.
We will have justice.
And then he wants us to go to
Death to all who oppose us.
I am going to disagree with that, Huthor. Something Blizzard used to be pretty known for was bothering with the little details and the polish that wasn't necessary. In other words, putting effort into things that don't have an immediate return on investment because it just made the product better. Now, that hasn't been true for a while, in the interest of fairness. Probably not for like 15 years at this point. But it was something they did for a while there, and it gave us some of the best games ever. So, I am a little biased on the matter, I'll admit it. Alright, so now we're killing these guys. I remember... Was that in Kata? This is a long time ago. It was after Kata, I think. There's specifically an interview where they were asked a question. This might have been at a BlizzCon. Maybe you remember this, Huthor. Where they were asked, what are you going to do to help players experience the old content? And the answer was basically, we're not. Players should always be focusing on the new content. And I remember being legitimately angry at that answer. Like, really? That's where you're going with this? Little piss ants. It is. It's such a bullcrap answer. You have literal decades, as of this moment, of content in this game, and a lot of it is good. I would say over half of it is good. Like, you look at those 100+ negatives, and you're like, oh my god. No, that's going to get overrun by positives when we start really getting into it. Yeah, exactly. Can we get anything for the old contents? No, go to the newer stuff. Jackasses. Screw them. Screw them. I think that was actually Wrecker's Beard. Honestly, I was shocked when they added the damage thing. So for those of you not aware, back in the day, WoW used to be like FF14. So in FF14, let's say I'm level 10, and the enemy's level 10. So we're fighting each other. Okay, cool. But now I'm level 20 and they're level 10. I go to fight them, and I'm obviously stronger. But I'm not actually all that much stronger. Not really. Okay, now I'm level 30. Still not actually all that much stronger. In other words, the only thing that's making me stronger is my additional levels. Now, that may sound like a duh, but believe me when I say that's actually really frustrating on several respects. And it's one of the reasons why I tend to wait for 2 or 3 expansions before I go farm something in FF14. Oh, there's the journal. Yay. It's because you need a sufficient level and gear gap in between the content you want to do and the content you're doing in order to be able to farm it by yourself. WoW, back in Pandaria? I'm not actually sure when. I feel like it was around Pandaria. Pandaria Warlords. Added in a new mechanic where the game would take into account how many levels you were above the content in question, above the enemies you were fighting. And so you get a multiplicative boost to how much damage you do against them. Like, if you wonder why I can literally one-shot raid bosses, it's because I'm getting that multiplier. So I'm not just doing, you know, level 80 damage against a raid boss. I'm doing level 80 damage times whatever the formula is between my level and theirs. Now, that sounds awful, and in many ways it is. It is a Band-Aid solution, but it's a Band-Aid solution I was so happy to have. I remember wiping in TAQ at 70 because we just couldn't do it. We didn't have as many people as we did back then, so we couldn't do a 40-man raid. So, yay! Enough said on that front, honestly. Again, the sync down feature is something I have pushed and will continue to push until they never actually implement it, because they never will. Do I think that gets any positives? That's a good point. Yes, it absolutely does. We'll put that under generic, because that's not really an expansion thing. Level damage boost. I don't know. We'll figure out something to call that. Because it's actually both directions. It's not just you do more damage to stuff based on how further ahead of it you are. It's also you take less damage, which is just as important, because otherwise most raid bosses would have mechanics which would just straight up kill you if you're by yourself or you're with 5 people. And again, if you're wondering why I enjoy the ability to, you know, run over old raids, it's because without that ability, I wouldn't be able to do old raids, period. I should know. I know exactly what this game was like before they added that mechanic. I think it was Kata. It sucked, to be perfectly frank. Just kill this guy real quick here. Was it Warlords? I believe you. I believe you. I don't believe you. You're trying to just... Oh, that hurt. Ooh, that hurt. Killed him, though. Get out here so I can go heal. Holy crap, that hurt a lot. Yeah, no, like, exactly, Rain 36. It just, without that mechanic, we couldn't do old content, in many cases, at all. Or if we could, we needed a group. It's like, I am the only one who needs blood still. God damn, this game. This particular area has always had a bad memory for me, but not really any particular reason, because these drop rates are nowhere near as bad as, say, the fricking blood off of the orcs earlier. Or, conversely, the blood off of the orcs earlier. Okay. Oh. And in case that sounds like I'm joking, I want to stress that I'm not. Yeah, there was the blood right over. Yeah, I can do this. God, that range is crazy. There's the blood over there, and then there's the blood way over there. Wow, there actually is a range limit. I mean, there's this Death Knight who's made it a career of soloing current level raid content. I forget his name.
For the whole.
For generations to come, they will sing songs of this day, songs of your valor. I wish Thrall had been here to celebrate this victory with us. The Legion is undone. Yeah. Yeah, the Legion's defeated. Yes.
Go forth to victory.
Also, the tank version of that trinket I just got was something I would use for a very long time.
Anu Belore de la Na. Salama Ashalanore.
Yep, time to go home. We did it. Legion's done. We're cool. Okay. Where are we going now? Let's look at where we want to be. We probably want Essence of the Devourer, and we definitely want Phantom Reach. Let's go ahead and grab that. So this ability, this talent makes it so when we cast Powered Shield on ourselves, 30% of the damage we deal refills it. That's nice. And now we're effectively done. with the east, like, no, really, done with the eastern half. So let's head back here. I know I'm doing things in a little bit of a weird order, but I'm trying to help maintain some level of coherency now that I have a flying mount and can actually do that. Blade Tavel is in chat thinking, oh, I'm so lost. I wish he'd do things with some level of coherency. And I'm like, but I'm... Okay. Let's go ahead and turn in our blood.
We will persevere.
Did you obtain
Hold
it?
your head high.
Yes, yes. The energy contained in these samples is tremendous. Now we just need to ensure our access to this blood continues uninterrupted. Yes, we want nothing but So I just, in case you think I'm joking when I say that the Blood Elves were just generically bad guys in this stupid expansion, allow me to mute myself and text someone. I will admit I've been harsh on Ion for years. I don't actually know when he stopped being a thing. For, like, the community. Because most people used to love Ion. I don't know if they still do. I don't know. I haven't had my finger on the pulse of the community in years. I sort of made a deliberate effort to not engage with him. Okay. I mean, yeah, Metzen is the Yoshi P of WoW. I know not everyone likes him, and that's fine, but he is. there's no arguing that. Good, bad, and in between. So, speaking of trying to maintain coherence, so now that we've got our demon blood, our scouts captured a Draenei paladin at the pools of Agonar. He was to take part in a cleansing ritual to purify the pools. We must stop the Draenei from succeeding, or we'll lose our supply of fell blood.
Shorel Aran.
I just... This is a quest we're doing. I don't even know what to say about this nonsense. If we wanted to severely headcanon this, we could say this guy is actually a Sun Fury agent and not actually part of the Blood Elven people. Because, like, what? Yeah, sure. Hang on, Spartan. No, I actually cannot share it. It won't let me. It's grayed out. Over here. My one and only AoE. Yeah, ignore the Fell Reaver. Ignore the Fell Reaver. Ignore the Fell Reaver. Oh god, here it comes. Okay, so using the gem. Waiting patiently. Go have fun, Mr. Red. You're gonna die. Hello? Where? No, there they are. Jesus Christ. You know it's taking a while when you're not even sure if it actually is happening at all. Okay. Yeah. Die, Draenei monsters. How dare you try to purify Fel? Damn. Yeah, we are officially the bad guys here. Right, there's no debating at this point. Also, again, I'm not going to ding the game for this because we have flight that keeps coming up. But think about how long this trek right here would be on a ground mount. Just think about it.
Yes. Time is of the
Oh,
essence.
hang on. Hang on. What? I should read this out loud.
Victory lies ahead. Anaria Shola.
You've returned. Did you put an end to the Draenei's folly?
Stay the course.
That'll show those holy fanatics to mind their own business. Oomph. I sniff at them. Oomph.
We will have justice.
They're pure evil, you see, because they're trying to make the world a better place. Destroy them. Oh, hey, I have shoulders now, too. God, I'm looking even worse. Look at me. Look at me. Look at my glory. I am amazing. Anyways.
I have many, many wares.
All this crap.
Many farewells.
Ahem.
State your business.
Any luck? You'll find the pools of Agonar north of Hellfire Citadel. So this is the woman we went to find her husband's journal.
Remember the sun.
Her husband's journal is not about research at all. How could I have been such a fool? Magical properties of felon-fueled slime forms. He really had me going there. Aurelian's journal does not deal with our scholarly studies. It details his escapades with a young female blood elf. How could I have been such a fool? Unfortunately, the floozy's identity is not revealed in the journal. Alidus, a colleague of Aurelian's, was his best friend and confidant. Go question him. Find out who he was having this affair with. I saw him leave Falconwatch for Zangarmarsh. Follow the road west from town. It'll eventually lead towards Zangarmarsh.
Salama Ashalanore.
What? That's strange. Well, whatever. Let's see if we can find him. Stupid Sith. You know, I'd buy that. I'd buy that. Yep, getting some drama in here. Because remember, they're evil. So of course they commit the most evil sin of all. Cheating! Okay, did he not render for me? Jesus. He really didn't. Wow, okay. Hey, dude.
Glory to the Sindorai.
So, Magistrix Carinda sent me to ask about Aurelian's secret. Who is he seeing?
Time is of the essence.
You think I'll betray my friend that easily? Think again. Face me, you scoundrel. Okay. Hang on. Let me buff him. Just pop some buttons here. Yes, there's always PvP flagged you, by the way, which could lead to some problems back in the day. Spare my life. I'll tell you Aurelian's secret.
What business have
I'll
you?
talk. Put your weapons down. I don't want any more trouble.
Shorel
I'm his friend, but I'm not going to take the beating of my life from him. His mistress is Vera's Sun Whisperer. Go tell that harpy of a wife of his. What's she going to do anyway?
Keep your wits about you.
Thanks. Yeah, the old flying speeds are still in the game. In fact, I can demonstrate that here. Check it out. Ta-da! Slow mode. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, that's too much. 60% flying speed. Okay, you gotta explain that one. I can barely tolerate the 310 mountain speed. 60%. Oh god, that's torture.
Dark times will pass.
I'll see the bride. I'll show her I'm not one to be trifled with.
We will.
With all the important matters at hand, Aurelian still found time to schedule to see a mistress. It's all becoming perfectly clear. Vera, that filthy wench. We'll show her never to cross a Magistrix again. Take this scroll, find her. Find a way to lure her from town and use the scroll on her. Aurelian mentioned she couldn't resist a particular wine harvested by the Cenarians.
Shorel
Go do an extensive trip west of here, which would take forever back in the day, in order to go get this one quest item. Ignore this. Oh god, my eyes. My eyes. I'm not used to the blue. We go from red to blue, so this is clearly the Alliance zone.
How may I
you?
help?
Yep, there it is.
Good luck, friend. Hello.
Yeah, while here, I might as well park here.
Goddess, watch over you.
Listen, all I want, Rikersbeard, is for everyone to be capable of going as fast and as slow as they want to. Well, we'll talk about that when we get there, Lord Hermon. But generally speaking, no, the Alliance are the good guys. The Horde are the bad guys. Haven't you played Warcraft 1, Lord Hermon? God! Hey, Viera, I got a drink for you.
Yes.
Just because we're on this pilgrimage doesn't mean we have to give up all of life's pleasures. It's been ages since I had a good wine. I'd literally kill for a bottle of Cenarian. I know, how unfashionable of me to enjoy a drink brewed by night elves.
Salama.
You know, maybe we can become friends after all. Follow me. We don't have to share this with the others now, do we?
Remember the sun well.
Okay, let's go. I know the perfect spot. Exactly who Thor. The Horde of pure evil! 100% Sith! Which is funny, because even the Sith aren't pure evil in Tor. It's actually one of the things I like most about Tor. Yep, it's the bunny people. And you know what we do with bunny people, right? Once she stops walking, it's gonna be like down here somewhere. What's with this cat? Anyone notice this cat following her around? I wouldn't worry about it. And now she's a little mouse. What's happening to me? Get this cat away from me! And then she runs for her life. And then the cat chases after her. And we never see her again. So, you can imagine whatever you want to happens there.
Baladash Malinore.
Excellent. That little backstabber won't be running off with anyone's husband anytime soon. Here's a little something for your troubles. And she gives us her freaking wedding band.
Remember the sun well.
I mean, not like she has any use for it now, right? Anyways. Yeah, no kidding, Mad Overlord. So now let's do the dumb quests. Yeah, it's just wild seeing this and then comparing it to like any more modern Blood Elf story stuff. What? Stop texting me, please. Okay.
Our enemies will fall.
Although we've arrived at the Promised Land, much work remains to be done. Our people won't reach Kael'thas if we lunge desperately across Outland. Safe routes must be found, resources secured, and enemies avoided or destroyed. Now, what's funny about this is probably the only reason that the Blood Elven people survive. I'm not actually joking. It is entirely possible that a huge chunk of Blood Elves, if they just ran for Netherstorm, would have just joined the Sun Fury, and then, well, then what would have happened to them is what happened to the Sun Fury, right? And that would have been that. So, thankfully, they were taking their time. Go figure.
The reckoning is...
We're dangerously close to becoming fenced in by Alliance forces, who are evil, don't forget. With the influx of Sindori pilgrims from Azeroth, we must establish a route that's safe from our enemies' prying eyes. I've given it some thought, and we've arrived at a solution. We're to establish a secret path through the Great Fissure. Yes, even though the area is crawling with brutal rock flayers, they are merely beasts that can be taught to fear us. I want you to go kill a number of them. They will learn fear.
Farewell. We will have
that
justice.
Goes to Zangarmarsh. We're not going to do that yet. Oh yeah, and if you're wondering how you got up here without flying... Zoop.
We will persevere. Salama.
With the influx of pilgrims and the encroachment of Alliance forces, remember, we're totally at war, Things around Falconwatch have gotten quite busy lately. In my spare time, I usually help prepare batches of arrows for the Rangers, but I haven't had a chance to gather feathers for fletching in a long time. I could offer you a bit of coin if you're willing to gather the tail feathers. You like going get X of Y quests that have an inconsistent drop rate, right? Because I got those in spades.
The reckoning is at
The Halaeshi, excuse me, Arakoa have domesticated a beautiful bird species called the Kaliri. I've managed to capture a young male, and they appear to be trainable. The females are rarer, but if I had one, I could attempt to breed them. She has to be young, though, a hatchling. An older wild bird wouldn't survive in captivity. Here, take this cage. Find the eggs. Search the eggs for a nest that's ready to hatch. Search the nest for eggs that are ready to hatch. If you bring back a female hatchling, I will reward you handsomely.
We will have justice. Salama.
And that's a course that goes west. Anyways.
State your business.
The Outland holds many secrets. It's only a matter of time before we uncover them all. The half-bird, half-man species of the Arakoa possess ancient arcane knowledge that would aid us greatly in our exploration of this world. Travel to the den of Halesh, south of here. Obtain any scrolls they might be carrying and bring them.
We will have justice.
Hello?
And you are evil. So we're just gonna leave that for a minute. That goes west. Actually skip those quests entirely because they dovetail to the Alliance ones. Okay, so Bonetail feathers. Oh yeah, the Forsaken are evil, the Horde are evil, the Orcs are evil, the Taurens are extremely evil. God, the Taurens are so evil. All the Taurens do every day is they just sit and eat puppies. They're like the ogres from Warhammer Fantasy. Some of the puppies they kick into the maw, obviously. Which one, Spartan? Which one are you looking for? Or you just follow her. She'll lead you to it. Goblins, they're pure evil. Humans, pure evil. Everyone's pure. They're all pure evil. You gotta understand. Everyone here is pure evil. Because we're secretly playing Warhammer 40k. Look, the only humans that are allowed to be evil are the ones we kill as part of some random quest. There's quite a few of those, actually. But they're random quest mobs. They don't count. They don't count. Benedictus, he was a cool guy. He knew what he was talking about. There is no hope. Go kill yourself. He looked into the eyes of the dragon and saw only despair. Oh, hey, there's that void thing again. Anyways, I think I lost Uthor again. I was gonna bug him about something. Listen, we're not Eldar. I mean, okay, as of this exact moment in time, they're basically Eldar, yeah. Thank God that grew out of that. When do we think the elves grew out of that? Because there was still a little bit of shades of that in Kata, but only a little. Like, the elves, by and large, were better off in Kata. By memory. And then Pandaria, the elves just suddenly became awesome. It's like, hey, we're cool. Did you already give her the booze, Spartan? Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah, then there was Warlords. I don't remember the Blood Elves and Warlords. I mean, as much as I distinguish it as the Kata to the Legion era, I agree that Pandaria is when they really started codifying what modern WoW is, for good and for bad. In short, I agree, is what I'm trying to say. Whoop, whoop, whoop. At least it's blue now, so that's something. It's blue, da-dum-dee-da-dum-da. I see you haven't moved yet, Spartan. Did you figure it out? Is she being weird? You can try to just use the scroll on her, see if that works. I noticed I could do that before she even moved. I just wanted to show up the cutscene. Also, are you sure you haven't gotten credit for it already? Because if you have, you can just go turn it in. Not that I would ever have time for such a thing, but it would be interesting to go through and like list every villain in Warcraft and WoW specifically, and figure out what species they are, and just kind of like and categorize it. Like, so you got minor villain, major villain, and main villain, right? Oh, a female. Holy crap! Capture. Ooh. And, okay. The battered Blood Elf's face displays relief at your presence. Please, priest, get me out of this cage. I foolishly set out from Thrallmar ahead of the main group, despite Martik Serdorai's warning. Tor Seldorai's warnings. I was set upon by horrible creatures and could only be the Ravagers he talked about. I managed to drive them off. That was only the beginning of my troubles. As I bound my wounds, those birdmen found me, dragged me to the cave, and locked me in a cage. I must get to Falcon's Watch. Anyways, so yeah, no, it's probably going to be mostly humans and orcs, right? It's just humans and orcs. But I'm curious. I'm curious what the percentage is of minors, majors, and mains. It'd be interesting to look at sometime. Like, obviously, we've got Gul'dan, so that's orc. The Jailer, of course. Oh, wait, he doesn't exist. My bad. Like, I feel like most of the Twilight cultist people were humans, but that's just because that's how they usually infiltrated. Yep, escort quests. I have no idea, Mad Overlord. I had a stroke or something. Yep, this is all part of the Jailer's master plan, us escorting this woman back to Falcon's Watch. What did I just ding from? Just walking along. Yeah, the Cult of the Damned was primarily human, because they got their start up in Lordaeron. That was the whole point, right? That makes sense. It's part of the reason why the humans shouldn't be a superpower in WoW, as I've already talked about. They got the teeth kicked into them by the demonic horde twice, and then they got wiped out by the Scourge. Oh no, they're following us. Where? Ah, there. Die, monsters. Probably not. Yeah, I don't either, Riker Spear. It's weird. If there's one thing we can all agree on, whether we like classic or like a specific expansion or retail or whatever, it's that nobody likes the Jailer. Nobody anywhere likes the Jailer. Let's see here. Let's go and grab this ability. So this increases the damage of Mind Flay and Mind Spikes. That's useful. Also, the duration of Shadow Word Pain and Vampire Touch is increased when enemies suffer damage from Mind Flay. In other words, we put a dot on them, and the dot actually increases in duration by using our bread and butter, our filler ability, which is Mind Flay. You know, lady, we can just carry you. Well, Maverick can carry you. I'm a priest. I can't carry nothing. Oh yeah, there's also the Scarlet Crusade, which is pretty much universally humans. So that's like all of them, right? She's gonna aggro. I'm just gonna pull it. You know, honestly, ditto, Reign 36. I mean, Starfield, right? Yeah, there you go. Maverick can literally carry you. He's a dragon. Oh, no, they're not. I would say a couple of individual Scarlet Crusade people might qualify as major. But the problem is the Scarlet Crusader who most qualifies as a major villain is actually a Nathrazim. That's Balnazar, aka Dathrahan. He doesn't count, right? He's clearly not human. He's a frickin' Dreadlord. Wow, this is still too fast. We do have a Bendis. She was one of the bigger players that was actually human amongst the Scarlets. We actually already saw her in Old Hillsbrad. This is terrible. Like, escort quests in general aren't great, and I'll never forget the ones over in Lakeshire and Stranglethorn Vale. Vanilla. But, like, what is this nonsense? You're safe. You did it. Quest complete, lady. Where's my... Oh, no, my pack. It's missing. And she falls over.
Glory to the Sindori.
Get her inside. See to her wounds. She's fortunate you found her when she did. I don't think she'd have lasted much longer. Can you make out what she was saying?
Stay the course.
The wounded pilgrim seems to be shouting something about a pack. But when you encounter her, did you see a pack nearby? She must have left it when she was fleeing from her attackers. If she doesn't calm down, I won't be able to tend her wounds. Her stubbornness may cost her her life. Go to the ravine. See if you can find it there.
Hold your head high.
Okay, but first I gotta do other stuff. We are on retail, and I can prove it because... Woo! Woo! Okay, there we go. There's your proof. Yeah, for some reason they kind of walked away from the escort quest mentality. I'm not sure why. Well, we've already done a lore run, so that's already done, just to be very clear. However, will we be streaming and reviewing the rest of the expansions? Yes. We're going all the way up to War Within. War Within launch, obviously. Thank God for some kill quests. Okay, so the Arakoa stuff was another dip in quality, but we're back to decent stuff. I'm actually almost done with the zone. Holy crap, I might actually finish Hellfire today. Jeez Louise. Here's my negatives. Yeah, we're going to bounce around characters repeatedly. We've already been bouncing through 2. Or 3, technically, sorry. Yeah, let me look at my notes, because I've got a spreadsheet to keep track of all this. So our 2 main characters are doing through most of all of BC. And then when we move on to Wrath, we'll start switching to my Death Knight, and then my Troll Druid will be the other one to do that on. So that'll be our Wrath characters. Okay, now we just need... Is that already done? Yep, okay. Whee! Grab this pack really quick, because I think I know where this is. Yep. Right here. Do you mind? I can't wait for Pandora and Death Knight. It's gonna be glorious. We are brothers in death. Suffer well. Probably Cloden. Because, yeah, nowadays escort quests are just a joke. In a good way. Then again, the NPC AI is also better nowadays.
Anaria Shola.
At this rate, she'll never make it back to the road. Were you able to find that pack?
We will have justice.
Thank you for returning this. I'm not sure what significance it holds to her, but she refuses to let anyone get near her until it's in her hands again. Oh, she is pretty stupid. Now she can have her stupid pack. Oh, hey, now I have a... My suit continues to mismatch. God, I love BC gear.
The eternal sun.
Have you obtained the scrolls yet?
Shorel Aran.
Good work. Outland's secrets will not stay hidden from us for very long. It's our destiny to become masters of this world.
The reckoning is at hand.
Dead puppies, yes.
State your business. The dark times will pass.
She's just like, hang on. This should do the job. I was concerned that the Rangers might be short on arrows for a while, but that's one less thing I have to worry about. Thank you for your help, priest.
Be ready for anything. The reckoning
You've
is
returned. Did you bring me the female?
We will.
You did it!
Justice.
Oh, she's precious. You have my thanks.
Shurelaran.
Baladash, Malanore.
Good job. That should teach the rock flares to stay away from us.
Remember the Sunwell.
With the rock flare population thinned, all that's left is to signal the safe path to our pilgrims. Return to the Great Fissure with this torch, and seek the 3 beacons that mark the path from the east. Light them and return to me, but be warned, they will attract nearby rock flares when you light them.
Salama Ashalanore.
And this is the path you want unarmed pilgrims to go along. I just want to be clear about that, because that's what you want. This is a state you desire, is for pilgrims to go along this area, which is a known, rock flare. This is a known rock flare, like, breeding ground / hunting ground, and you're just, okay, whatever. Just want to be clear, we're all on the same page here. Cool. You know, they never changed the default lines. And they never... I mean, they won't. They'll never go back and fix the old stuff. Bye-bye. Not until I take over the world. I'm like, alright, I got a mandate. Oh god, please, what will you do? Go fix WoW. What? Go fix it. And also, I need you to release, like, a classic version of each expansion independently. Like, I want there to be a classic BC, and a classic Wrath, and a classic Vanilla, all live at the same time. None of this escalating crap. Get rid of that. But no. Shush. Do it.
Victory lies ahead.
Have you done what I asked of you?
The reckoning.
The Great Fissure, though still dangerous, really will prove a useful path for our pilgrims. With the Alliance watching the roads in and out of Falcon Watch, it requires this manner of desperate act. The Alliance are attacking innocent civilians? Is what I just heard?
Death to all who oppose us.
I mean, that's obviously a lie, because the Alliance are the good guys. So the only way that the Alliance would actually do that is if you were the bad guys. Is there something you want to tell me here? Okay, we're skipping that. That's a go-to. We're skipping that, and that's another go-to. Let's go do this quest. We're actually almost done with this zone. Holy crap. Alright, where's this assassin? Behold the assassin! He's dead. The corpse matches the description of Kroon Spinebreaker, Hellfire Citadel's assassin. As you turn his body over, you notice a stone axe protruding from his back. You pull the axe out of the body to examine it more closely. There's something unusual about the craftsmanship. Its origin appears orcish, but the materials aren't like anything you've seen before. Nazgul might be interested in seeing this. Huh. Look, if there's no such thing as an orc civilian, then we gotta have a chat. After damaging or healing a target below 35% health, gain increased damage and healing for 8 seconds. Yes, please.
Speak, friend. For the Horde.
So, he was killed by this weapon. It can't be! Have we found them?
Be safe.
As you know, the war chief put his power behind this expedition for one reason. This is the world we came from. This is where our roots lie. This journey means different things to orcs and blood elves. To them, they're searching for the promised land. To us, it's returning home. Whoever made this axe is familiar with the old ways. We must contact him. This is too important to use ordinary tracking missions. Methods. Show the weapon to the Seer Regelgut. She'll know what to do.
Strength.
87, Cloden. 1 positive for every zone that has dragon flying in the game. And then 5 positive for the zones that don't have it, for making it so that you can actually enjoy the game at a proper pace without having to be rushed.
Well met.
Tell me what it is you seek, so I may help you find it.
We shall meet again.
I understand Nazgul's request. Say no more.
May the eternal sun...
100 and something. I actually counted at one point. Even our best tracking wolves' senses can fail them. The spirits have a way of seeing the world differently than ours. The being you will call forth will find the person you seek, for they'll be drawn not to their scent, but their essence. Essence counter +1. Go now. Take this totem at the location where you found the axe.
Farewell.
So this is them stretching with the tech a little bit. It's actually a reverse escort quest. You have to follow a thing around. But the NPC we're going to be following will constantly pulse an aura, which forces us into neutral status with the Mag'har we're about to be interacting with. Otherwise, they'd kill us on sight. So we kind of know where we're going, but we kind of can't finish until we follow, so we might as well just follow. So while we're following, I'm going to catch up on questions a little bit here. First of all, someone asked if there was, which classic expansion would I be willing to go play? So, off the top of my head, it would be either Pandaria or Legion. I probably still wouldn't, to be completely frank with you. But those are the only two that would even be in the running for me. Like, I wouldn't consider anything else, personally. As far as... which tier... So Yura then asks... yeah, no kidding, Mr. Red. Which tier sets do I prefer between Burning Crusade and Wrath? I'm actually torn on that. Maybe... Oh, gosh. I'm not sure. We look at what we got here. So let's see. If we look at our sets, let's scooch all the way down to BC. So let's look at our Priest BC sets, right? So there's like tier 4. Simple but solid. I'm with it. And there's tier 5. I actually rather like tier 5 Priest. And then tier 6. Not as big of a fan of it, but that's okay. It's still cool. I like the cowl. Gotta love the cowl. Then we scooch up to Wrath. So this is tier 3 wannabe. Actually, tier 7, I want to say. Then Ulduar's 8. I actually really like tier 8 Priest. And then tier 9, which is... I didn't care for most of these, but that one's okay. And finally, tier 10, which actively looks stupid. I don't know. Call it a coin flip. Now, what's funny is you're probably thinking, well, you love Kata so much, surely you love the Kata suits more, right? No. Most of the Kata suits are, well, they're like this. They're too much, or they're too weird, or they're actively awful in some cases. This one's okay, but like, what in the world were they thinking? Anyways. This may sound weird, but one of the things I like most about Tier 4 is... nope. Is they... they looked simple, right? They looked lower tier. Which I know sounds like a weird thing to like, but I stand by that firmly. Oh, here we go. Boom. That's what I wanted. Like, most of Tier 4 was pretty just, here's a suit of armor, and it looked like a suit of armor. Because if we scooch over to, say, I'll use Warrior, because I'm pretty familiar with that. Go down to tier 4. There's tier 4 warrior, right? Although I do like tier 5 warrior quite a bit. We go down to, say, hunter. Well, we all know what we're going to see when we see hunter. Behold its glory! But even tier 4 hunter wasn't terrible. It was just... Yeah, no, exactly, Lord Harriman. I like epic, but, like, I like simple every now and again, you know?
What do you need?
You are lucky to be alive.
Be safe.
Who are you to walk in here unannounced? I ordered my men to stay their hand only because Ryga sensed the spirits were with you. Speak freely, but choose your words wisely. We rarely trust strangers this close to the Citadel.
For the Horde.
This news you bring from beyond the Dark Portal. You want us to believe the son of Duratan ruled over the lands beyond it, free from demonic taint. Now his people have returned to this world? I hope for your sake this isn't some manner of joke. What this means to my people cannot be described. I must send word to Nagrand at once. Hellscream must hear about this. Take this letter back to your leader in Thrall. Tell him the Maghar welcome them.
Strength.
And we'll continue this quest later, because this goes to Nagrand, basically. That was actually one thing I liked about the non-raid sets of Kata. They looked pretty simple, because most of them were designed for the 1 through 60 experience. Like, I actually really like the Kata leveling cloth. The one with the big, like, baklava thing or whatever, like the overscarf. I don't know what that's called.
Loktar, may your blades...
What do you bring us?
Go forth.
You're certain? This is big news. These orcs could surely help our cause here and at home.
Strength.
Yay! So we've connected the Horde to the Maghar. Nothing but good things can come from connecting the Horde to the Maghar. Agreed. I actually like quite a few of the War Within sets. Okay, so that's a quest to go there. That's a quest to go there. Listen, Lord Harriman. Believe it or not, I think we're actually done with the Horde on Hellfire. There's actually a few quests we haven't done, but those are side agnostic, and we're going to do those on the Alliance.
I have many lucky doos you like.
Although one of the quests on the Horde version involves forcing a innocent Draenei that we've captured to drink a concoction which, like, corrupts and kills him, and then laughing about it. So, we're evil. Just making sure that you know that we're evil. I don't, Mr. Red. You think I'm joking, by the way? It's the undead who's in the inn up here. He's the one who specifically has that quest chain. Or, I don't know why I call it quest chain. Yeah, just... Because I played Warcraft 3, Lord Orivant. God. I mean, what's funny is the original reason I played Alliance was because Alliance was just the better faction in vanilla. At launch, Alliance quests were just so much better. Like, top to bottom. It wasn't even a comparison point. Okay, so let me go ahead and wrap up Hellfire 1 really quick. When was my Switch? During BC. It was mid-BC. It was before... God, when would that have been? It was before Sunwell was... I think it was around or before Zulaman. It might have been before Black Temple. I can't be right, though. Black Temple was pretty early. Does that ever switch back? So, okay. Why do I still play Horde to this very day as my main? It's because, in my opinion, especially starting with Pandaria, but also a little bit in Kata, Horde quests just kind of got better. And as weird as this sounds, I don't actually think that's overall a good thing. Because what happens is most of the quests started being really good on the Horde side at the expense of the Alliance. It flipped, right? And so a lot of the Alliance quests just didn't have the impact or the quality or the design or the storytelling that the Horde ones did. I mean, it's telling that pretty much the entire main story of Pandaria is primarily a Horde story, right? The Alliance is certainly there, But no, this is all about the soul of the Horde, right, bringing down the tyrant that is Garrosh, etc., right? It's a whole thing. So, like, you know, I've said before that the Alliance is boring, but I don't mean that as an insult, or rather not as an insult to players who play it or prefer it, but rather I mean it as an insult to the developers and writers who haven't put the same time and effort to make the Alliance really pop the way that they should. I mean, even Legion, we had almost no Horde or Alliance stuff in Legion. The closest thing we had to that was Suramar, and hey, the Horde had the better story arc there too. Yeah, no, it's just like, what? How would I make the Alliance interesting? That's a question for the Warcraft rewrite, isn't it? Now, before we move forwards, no, I mean Legion, Pillars of Snow. Stormheim was its own thing. Although, interestingly enough, I do agree that Stormheim was better on the Horde side, because on the Horde side, it was about Sylvanas and the future of the Forsaken, and the Jailer doesn't exist, shut up. On the Alliance, it was about, let's get revenge! And that's it. And that's what I mean. That's the level of depth variance between the two, right? What? As weird as this may sound, I've actually thought before that maybe what they should do, I mean, they're never going to do this, but maybe what they should do is focus more on the political stuff for the Alliance. Like, really lean into it being more of a political thriller, Game of Thrones or Final Fantasy Tactics style. Because the Alliance don't have an identity. That's the problem. They are the other guys. And they need to have some kind of identity to adhere them to. The Horde have an identity. They have a theme. They have a motif. They actually have more than one. You know, chosen family, as many people have repeated repeatedly. So we need to come up with an actual theme for the Alliance, and politics could be one of those things, good and bad. Anyways, sorry for the little rant. Let me think here. Okay, so let me double check my notes. God, we gave a lot of negatives to Hellfire. That's actually more than I thought we would do. What's funny is we do have some interesting political story lines for the Alliance specifically. Everything to do with the Three Hammers, right? And the Dwarven stuff, that only lasts for one zone, but it's there. And Westfall, which is also just one zone, but it's there, right? Well, the thing is, the Horde doesn't exist anymore, just like the Alliance doesn't exist anymore. And by the way, good thing, my opinion. The Horde and Alliance stopped existing the moment Shadowlands came out. Shadowlands, Dragonflight, and War Within are completely faction agnostic. Ooh, I like that idea, Lord Harriman. Sorry, give me a second. I'm double checking my notes. I think that's it. Positives. Yeah, no, exactly, Wrecker's Beard. Speaking of someone who did those as a Horde player, same vibe, right? I mean, I know we had the stuff with Tyrande, but, like, at no point in time did Tyrande feel like an Alliance representative, at least to me. Which, for the record, I do think is a good thing. Please. Sorry. Okay. I think we're good on that. So let's go ahead and start Hellfire Peninsula 2. We're not actually doing the whole zone again, don't worry. We're going to be doing a little bit of an experiment, because if you remember, we are not chromie timed on our Alliance character. I actually fully believe we'll have no noticeable variance between them, but I am curious. We're mostly doing this for test and review purposes. Okay, hang on. Disable all. And I want my bartender. There we go. Much better. Thanks. Yes, appreciate it. Yep, that's a great game. Thank you. One last time, huh? This probably will, no really, be the last time I do this. That right there, that's why that's still a positive. Its own completely separate positive. I still love that. Okay. So I'm going to run through a lot of these quests because most of these are very similar to the Horde. In fact, in several cases, we'll actually be doing identical quests as what we just did in the Horde. I will be reading some things as relevant because, after all, Honor Hold is actually completely separate. Narratively from Thrallmar. Thrallmar, so we already talked about this a little bit. Thrallmar is a little, it's an outpost. Like, they came on here, and they shoved down, wood and stone and said, okay, this is ours, and claimed an outpost here. It's more or less exactly what you'd imagine in a typical Warcraft 3 map. If I might be so bold, one of the only things I miss about the older zones in terms of design, mostly visual design, is that they felt like Warcraft 3 maps. If you've ever really looked at, like, Hellfire Peninsula, and then look down, and then zoom out so you can see the whole zone, it actually follows a lot of the design philosophy of what a Warcraft 3 map would look like. Like, if we look at it this, of course I can't see the zone right now, but, like, there's a gold mine over here, right? That's one of your expansion bases. But this gold mine happens to have all these orcs over here, so you have to knock over this base to claim that mine. And then there's the other mine, which is, like, under the base right there, so that's the one they're using for that, and there's a secondary base right there. It's got a bunch of enemies, but if you do, you can get a buff. Like, all of this looks like a Warcraft 3 map, and the more you think about it, the more it follows. They've completely walked away from that in more modern stuff. But it was a cool thing for an RTS geek like me back in the day. So, different song.
Need help?
Thank the light you made it here. Honor Hold can get all the seasoned warriors we can get it. Blah, 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 blah. We're cool. We're going to fight the Legion. We're going to fight everyone for the Alliance. We definitely have an identity and a reason to be here. Yeah. We totally matter. Who are we again? Alright, where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Oh, God, where is he? Ah! He's got to be at a weird part of his cycle right now. Why are the Alliance here? Okay. So this is kind of a funny one. Let me scooch up here really quick. So like I said, this is an Alliance base. A Warcraft 2 Alliance base. That's why all their flags say for Lordaeron, because these are actually former forces of Lordaeron. These are the Sons of Lothar. This is the people we played as during the Warcraft 2 expansion. So this was one of the bases we set up. It was actually the final mission of the Warcraft 2 expansion, was us holding this exact base right here, and holding it against the Horde forces, which were just, or excuse me, the demonic Horde forces, which were just running over us so that they could try and hit the portal, right? And yeah, these are all the soldiers who followed Turelion, Illyria, Daggith, I can't remember the dwarf's name, and of course Khadgar, and all of them ended up here. So that's why this place is in such dilapidated shape. This place has been alone for 20-ish years. Forgive me, I don't remember the exact number. I'd have to go look it up. There he is. Here's one of the old school mages. This is my favorite interaction of his right here. A mailbox! Well, is that not the salt of the wounds? 20 years cut off from the world, and now we have a mailbox. Wonderful! So obviously the flavor here is very different, but most of the quests are essentially identical. This is something they would do a lot. They're technically different quests, but really they're the same quest. I've actually already talked about that, because one of our first quests will be go get blood from the orcs and go get wood and metal from the orcs. So that's just, you get it. That's why I said we're going to run through this a little bit quickly, but we'll talk about some of the narrative differences as we go. I do like the idea of this last outpost, this last bastion, which has been sitting here holding on for literal years. Okay. See, I'm weird, Wrecker's Beard. I actually like Oldham. For those of you who don't know what I'm referencing, Oldham is the joke zone. Even though it involves a story about stopping a device that will destroy the entire planet, no, trust me, it's the joke zone. It also has one of my favorite quests in the entire game. Anyways. No obliteration, if you're wondering. Yeah, almost every NPC here looks old. Of course they do. I mean, duh, right? In fact, if you pay attention, almost every one of them has, like, bag lines, and almost every one of them has silver hair. Because, yeah, they've been here for a very long time. These people are tired, and they probably want to go home. Let's go talk to Daneth here.
My life for the Alliance.
Well met. I'm glad you've come. I'm Daneth, leader of the Sons of Lothar and Force Commander of the Horde.
For strong
Hold. So tell me of the Sons of Lothar. Many years ago, my men and I followed the wizard Khadgar and the paladin Turelli into this world. Our sole aim was to annihilate the Orc and their vile kin, yet something went terribly wrong in the final hours of our war. Ultimately, this dark world was ripped asunder, and my dear friends lost to the void, and they're gone for 1,000 years. We, the Sons of Lothar, have remained here ever since, fighting and dying and praying that a day like today would come, a day when the portal would open and our brothers would deliver us home. Overjoyed as we are, duty still calls. There's much to be done before we can depart this world and take our rest. I hope most of these people got a frickin' retirement, by the way, when they went home. Because, statistically speaking, they probably didn't. Like, if you think about the timeline. Because after this is the war against Northrend. And after that is the Hellscream War. And after that is the Legion invasion. And after that is the Horde versus Alliance skirmish.
Whatever comes, we will face it together.
Sorry, I'm just...
The Alliance will prevail.
Reading here.
We each must do our part.
And that's Shattered.
Fight well, friend.
Alright, onwards. I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Red. Someone kill Mr. Red for me, please. I'll pay in gold. Well, Oldham in general is kind of jokey. Obviously, there's the Indiana Jones thing, which is just one of the quest chains. But then there's no obliteration, which speaks for itself. I will say there are some other quests which are obviously, like, actually very serious and solid and cool stuff. And oh my god, now that's a cart. Look at that!
Need help?
Okay, so...
Go with honor, friend.
That's Hellfire Ramparts, which we are not doing, obviously.
Farewell.
Force Commander Daneth may have misunderstood my request for reinforcements. You look capable, but I asked for a battalion.
Be careful.
Okay, well, let me go do the job of your battalion for you. Jesus freaking Christ. So, Huthor and Reichersbeard and Lord Harrimont, I have 2 questions for you, if you don't mind, while I try to mentally recover from what just happened. We'll do the easy question first. What would be your knee-jerk reaction? Oh, Jesus Christ. What would be your knee-jerk reaction to humans joining the Horde as of WoW, as of vanilla? Or, more accurately, humans joining the Alliance, but you know what I mean. Oh, God, I gotta move this class I'm playing. There we go. There we go. Switch class modes. Switch class modes. We're good. We're good. And as always, why? Like, I'd love to know why. 2 rounds smart. Have a good one. Destroyed. God, Warrior is just so much different from Priest. Holy crap. No. From Warcraft 3 into Vanilla Warhammer. No, anybody can answer. I would love to hear anybody's thoughts on this. Is that Maverick? One way to be sure. Whoa. I'm not sold on the idea, but it's just something I've been chewing on in the back of my head. Because obviously the post-Warcraft 3 political and cultural lines is going to be something that needs to be decided on. And the only thing I know for total certainty is I'm absolutely not doing what they actually did in canon, because that's nonsense. It's the I've actually given a negative for it because of how little sense it makes. Oh, there we go. Got it. Oh, that was actually close. I need a Dreadlord. But yeah, that's why I was asking for knee-jerk thoughts. I always like to see people's knee-jerk thoughts to some of my more wild ideas. Like Archer actually helping to found the coalition of planets over on Artrek. Yep. Well, I've been thinking about that, and honestly, the odds of there being a second faction in our Warcraft is almost 0. Because who's the other faction? The dwarves and the gnomes, and that's it? I mean, we could do that, but like at that point, that's not 2 factions, that's more like 5 factions, right? Oh my god. Waiting on respawns. Oh, there he is. Oh god, I'm out of stamina. Oh god, I'm out of everything. Die. Die. I mean, I'm sorry. There is no polity of humans left on Lord Run after Warcraft 3. I don't care what nonsense you try to sell me on. Not happening. So, there is no Stormwind. There is no human superpower. That's all dumb, and it's all ejected.
Well met.
Now we can still have factions. Like Europosited. Let's see. Ooh. I might need to tank.
Go with honor, friend. Safe travels. King's honor, friend.
King's honor. I mean, we could have, like, maybe in the process of reclaiming their land. That could even be part of a thing. Maybe, let's call it a second step in establishing relations between, you know, the Kalimdor Confederation and the humans, right? Because it's not like they wouldn't understand the desire to reclaim their homeland, right?
Greetings. Light bless you.
Yeah, quest a little bit out of order.
Watch your back.
Okay.
See you soon.
Go do the same quest you just did. Got it.
King's honor, friend.
Should we be doing this quest yet? Alright, whatever. Let's go ahead and grab that. I've been wanting that lately. And let's put that. Let's go for that. That shouldn't even be on my bar. It should be here instead. See, if you want to be PvP, then go PvP. Like, the thing I've never been able to get past is I don't understand why you have to have a two-faction system to have PvP. Like, with the system that is currently in place in the game right now, it's actually really easy to have open-world PvP, even if there was only one faction. All you do is you hit this button over here and go to war mode. And then other players are PvP. Boom. Done. In fact, funny fact, one of the things that Guild Wars 2 does to try and mitigate some of the, let's just call it what it is, toxicity that centers around PvP is which team your server represents actually changes periodically. So there's no always voting for the same team because it changes around, and who you get paired with varies as well. It's not real PvP. What qualifies as real PvP? My team versus your team. Right. Okay. Well, I'll go with the old standby. It's an idea I've posited for years. So let's say that when you decide to become PvP, you can pick a faction. Let's call them the Greens. And you're like, ah, go Greens. Greens are the best. But wait. Some players can pick the Purples. And those Purples, not only do they suck, they said you look like jerks. And that you smell. I'm not really joking though. You want to have teams? Have teams that you opt into for PvPing, which should exist over here in a corner, completely disconnected from the rest of the game.
What can I do for you?
Just like it does in every other MMO, every other successful MMO that recognizes this fact. If you want a true PvP MMO, go play a true PvP MMO. Those really are a different genre of game, and for a reason.
Safe travels.
Let's see. I don't even have a helmet.
Off with you. Watch your back.
Let's go put that on. Will you send me off, please? Thank you.
The Alliance.
Well, unfortunately, at that point, I don't think any compromise is possible, Yura, so I apologize. I tried. No, it'd be even better is if purple was like, no. Purple is the primary color, and green's like, what? Whoop, wrong button. There's a reason I'm not doing that anymore, Pokemon. I was actually originally going to. I was thinking about it. And then I was like, you know, that's insane. Like, think about how fast we level nowadays. That's true. I am trying to be too nuanced, Yura. And I will never apologize for that. Ever. There you go. There's your non-nuanced answer. I've already forgotten the second question I was going to ask. Yeah, that was just a surface level question. Right, that was it. So, if you guys, so anybody who plays Classic, this is a question for you, right?
Off with you. See you soon.
If you had your way, so you don't have to think about the gameplay, you don't have to think about viability, you don't have to think about, you know, servers or executives or Bobby Kotick or Vivendi or anything. All you have to do is think, what is it I want? So let's say they want to develop vanilla, right? or classic, I suppose I should say. They want to add more content to classic, is what I mean, right? What would you want them to do? Like, what would be interesting to you for them to add to classic? Could be a mechanic, could be a function, could be a system, could be content. I don't care. I'm actually just curious what it is that you're interested in. That's right, I didn't say goodbye, Maverick. Goodbye, Maverick. Hope you enjoy D&D. Yeah, what's your Classic Plus? We've heard the word Classic Plus bandied about for like a year now. What is it you envision that's in your Classic Plus? Also, super quick, I just want to say this is one of my favorite little questing spots in the whole game. There's this little tidbit, I think he or the other guy says, I'll read it aloud.
No. Safe travels.
A fresh Drana from the mainland, don't worry. Shatterpoint might make you queasy, but she doesn't stray far. I've only seen her flip upside down once. Or twice.
See you soon.
Just imagine your post is on a floating chunk of rock out over the abyss. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the ground texture there. We're just going to ignore that.
You got my attention.
You spoke to Runtag. Fine Dorotheus. Keeps his griffins in good shape in battle, Larry. So, advice. Keep your gear stowed and your stomach empty. Oh, and your eye on the horizon. If Shatterpoint starts to teeter, grab onto something that won't float away.
Safe travels.
Lol. I love it. I love it. I love it so much, it's getting a positive. But now I think I've put it off enough. I think I need to acknowledge that Andy gave me way too much money. How can you not get here, Mr. Ed? Like, what's the issue with that? You're level 20. Like, you should be able to do that. Nothing should be preventing you from getting here. You should be able to physically walk here. And you can also chromie time, because you're level 20. Oh, I'm not chromie timed, right. Take the Shatrith portal. Take the Shatrith portal from the portal hub in Stormwind. Nothing? That's really weird. Are you already in a time walking? In a chromie time? Which one, Huthor? Demonfall Canyon got turned into a dungeon. Wow, I did not know that.
Watch your back.
Okay, so let's get you a nice view. Like this. Hi. So Andiddy, you're probably not there anymore. But that's okay. Thank you very, 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 very much. Always and ever appreciate that support, Andy. Thank you so, so much. You give me entirely too much money. Please quit it. And that is going towards... Hang on, I already got it over here. For the load. Yeah, it was a couple of dollars for the gunk, Eastward, and Signalis. Thank you again for your support. For keeping the lights on. Okay, let's go do some boring bombing missions. I shouldn't say boring, actually fun bombing missions. You, I think?
Well met. Safe travels.
I'm gonna talk to for this. You, maybe?
Hello.
There we go. The Abyssal Shelf, please. Alright, so hang on. Scroll up. So let's see here. Down. So Lord Haramond says an ability to port your characters to the next classic expansion. So that's... Okay. Did they already do that? Huthor says Karazhan. So what I'm hearing is new dungeon. New content, in other words. Riker's Beard says killing lore. Yep, that's a good thing to add to the game. I actually agree with that completely. I think too much like an engineer, Yura. Always tweak. And I find it intellectually engaging to tweak. The question was, if you, for those of you who like Classic, if they wanted to add content or develop it or progress it or whatever, what would you want them to do? I actually have another answer for this. It's not my answer. It's a friend of mine's answer. I was going to share after everyone else says it. Oh, gotcha. It's time limited. So in other words, the same thing without time limiting is what I'm hearing then. That's really dumb. Always with the FOMO. Hang on. I'll finish reading in a second. I'm this camera, I swear. I used to love this quest. It's really funny. It's been a minute. I got him. I just need one more peon quickly. I happen to know I'm on my way out now, but I think I got this. Okay. Back up to Riker's Beard response. I just enjoy playing new content in WoW without some overly convenient features. No LFR, no level scaling, no flying mounts. So just new content. So that's two answers that boil down to new content. I'm with it. Huthor says, bring some of the class changes over. Prot Paladins, Balance Druids, Shadow Priests. Give a Remus. Look, Shadow Priests are here to be monobatters, okay? So live with it. Pretty much, Linarith. They have not followed through on a lot of stuff from BC. Like, the only reason we know that Outland is even here anymore is because there is a cinematic in freaking BFA that references Nagrand. Otherwise, we don't have a lot of confirmation that Outland still exists. I know that sounds like a strange statement, but remember, several bit plot points are that Outland was falling apart now, and that's one of the biggest things the Cenarian Expedition was fighting against. Okay, scrolling down to Lord Haramond. Keep old content relevant. I agree with that in general. Monobatters are good. I mean, yeah. I can't actually argue that. Let's see. Buff druids a little bit to make them pull druids.
How are ya? See you soon. Off with you.
So you notice these are the same basic quests, but they're being expressed in a different order. Like, immediately after doing the shelf is the repeat,
well
right?
met.
Yep.
See you soon.
Alright, yep. Immediately after doing the shelf, we're just going to go up here and we're going to fight the demons instead of doing the weird back and forth of Horde. And honestly, the Alliance pathing is a little bit smoother here, I'd say. A little bit better designed quest design, because duh. Let's go ahead and move over to this. There's our Tier 3 armor, again. Tier 3 warrior in this case, that's Tread, not armor.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend. Be careful.
Now, we're going to go do pretty much the exact same quest we did on the Horde. Order. And a little bit more quickly. Because we're playing a warrior now. We got this. So, a friend of mine's answer to the very question I just posited to you boils down to exactly what you guys just said. But to expound upon that slightly, they wanted WoW Vanilla, WoW Classic, whatever you want to call it, WoW the MMO, let's just call it that. the MMO of WoW to keep being developed and keep getting expansions and just have it go in a completely different direction. Obviously gameplay-wise because it's an MMO, but also narratively. Completely turn Classic into an Elseworlds and have that be its own separate story arc that it continues forward, completely segregate from retail. Oh my god. So many succubi. Someone's been through here. Kinda, yeah, Blade Cabal. Now, that actually got me interested. And I'll admit, I wouldn't play that because I have no interest in an MMO. I like the idea a lot, and I wanted to hear your guys' thoughts on it, because you guys do like Classic. So this is me questioning someone who is actually an expert on the matter instead of me, who's just the outsider. Hang on, let's kill this guy. Now, if you're paying attention, if this sounds familiar, they were already dipping their toes in this exact concept with Seasons of Discovery. So we're already one step into that concept. Honestly, I agree with you, Wrecker Spirit, but we're talking reality land, man. Come on. I do agree with you. I had to explain to my sister how to set up a hardcore character. Not that she's stupid. It's just there are 4 separate versions of WoW now, and some of them are visible on the launcher for some people, and some are not. But all are available in game, but not in a way that's very intuitive. It's like, why? Like it or not, there's this concept. I'm not saying people are stupid, because that's actually not what it's about. It's more like the more quit points you have in anything, in any software, in any uploading thing, in any collection, the more likely it is that people are going to quit there. You may see nothing wrong with popping into the WoW launcher and then switching over to the WoW Classic, downloading WoW Classic, and then getting in-game and then switching to the hardcore. Neither do I, to be completely blunt. But there are going to be people who look at that and say, that's too much of a hassle. And they're going to back away from it. That's going to be a quit point for people, right? This is true, like, this isn't just a gaming thing. This is just true with design as a concept. You need to be careful about your quit points. I'm going to pause, let this person tag this. There you go.
Well met.
Oh, absolutely. You're 100%.
Light bless you, for
Yep,
the
so
Alliance.
This is just the same quest. Still not reading any of this, sorry. Nothing is notably different yet, so we're going to just keep going down the chain until we get to something that's relevant. Yeah, no, exactly, Magister. I mean, again, several people have pushed back against me when I say that FF14 has so many quit points. But regardless of ARR or not, most of FF14's quit points are before you even get to the game itself. Just onboarding, setting up a character, setting up an account, getting the game downloaded and patched properly is way more irritating than it really should be. They need to smooth that crap out because they are 100% losing players because of it. Those are quit points. I have no idea what's going on, Mr. Red. I'm sorry. Yeah, for the record, I'm not sure if Classic Plus is the right idea or not because RuneScape. Granted, I'm not the person to ask about RuneScape because I'm not, you know,
Light bless you.
into RuneScape.
With honor, friend.
But yeah, RuneScape did the same thing and it worked, but as Microspirit so accurately points out, RuneScape is a very different game than WoW, even than WoW Classic. And yeah, honestly, yeah, Lord Haramont's right. We're kind of already at Classic Plus. We have Seasons of Discovery. I'm sorry, Mr. Red. I don't know what it's doing. Oh my god. I remember several quests back in Ultima Online and in Asheron's Call, where it's like, go get 10 or 15 things, and then turn them in one at a time. Oh, and the interface for turning in is really irritating to do. Have fun, boy! I mean, I've been in favor of the Guild Wars 2 method for a long time, so I'm in favor of that. Hi, there's this.
King's honor, friend. Be careful. For the Alliance.
Okay, so that's done. Now we go here. Yes, Seasons is a classic thing. Although, calling it classic is kind of an asterisk. It might be more accurate to say that Seasons starts as a classic thing. That might be a better way to phrase that. Okay, so let's go bomb some stuff, shall we? Yeah, no, Huthor is correct. The classes are new classes in Seasons of Discovery, by design. The rune system is a game changer for a reason. Healer warriors and tanking shamans is not a meme. That's actually the way things are. If you would please bomb this place into oblivion. We... Already noticing a much better quest flow for Alliance. Holy crap. It's been a while since I've done this in Alliance. Since the lore run, I think. That's a good question, Blitwell. I don't know. Oh yeah, let's grab Colossus Smash. Yes. So Colossus Smash, it's a 45-second cooldown, instant, no cost, and it smashes the enemy's armor. Does a bunch of damage and increases all damage you deal to them for by 30% for 10 seconds. It is exactly as awesome as it sounds. I'm right here. What I liked most about Seasons of Discovery, from an outsider's perspective, is that it felt new and interesting and experimental, right? Like, just, here, try something out. Okay, and then you did. It felt like the playground concept I've talked over and over and over about. Like, just here. Doesn't matter. No consequences, just have fun with it. And I kind of like, hey, just go have fun with it, as a motif for a game. While we wait for our cooldown, I'm actually missing an add-on. Only one. Only one. How far did I get? Not as far as I really wanted to be completely honest with you. But the reason for that is time. I actually do fully plan to do more Seasons of Discovery with my friends someday with PAX. I'll just say it out loud. There we go. Normally you don't have to wait for that cooldown because normally you don't have, you know, this. Well, I say normally, back in the day. God, some of this terrain just looks wild from the air, doesn't it?
What can I do for you? Be careful. Go with honor, friend.
Okay, so let's turn in that and that. So this should lead to a quest, which might eventually lead to a thing. Oh yeah, by the way, can I just say really quickly, I'm proud of having this mount. It's the only reason it's in my favorites. It's actually really ugly and I don't care for it. But I'm proud to have it. There we go. Oh god, look at my... Oh my god! For those of you not aware, it's the Throne meta mount. Do all the hard mode stuff in Throne of Thunder. I need to go back and get several of those at some point with all that infinite spare time I have.
Arcanon Poros.
What is it, warrior? Since you found something that speaks of a coming doom.
Safe journey.
It is fortuitous you intercepted this missive when you did. It will take me some time to decipher it. Here, let's see.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
It is as I feared. You should go do this quest you're not going
May
to
your
do.
days be long, and your hardships few.
The Path of Glory, they called it. A road leading from the heart of their gruesome fortress to the Dark Temple, paved with the bones of my people. It wasn't enough for them to hunt us down like animals, destroy our cities and torture those who survived. No. They'd use our bones as paving stones, denying my brethren a proper burial in the light. Those tortured souls still wander these lands, crying for release. I ask you, help me in this undertaking.
Remember the lessons of the past.
Stromgarde will stand proud once more. For Stromgarde!
Who's Paratus? And I actually agree with Huthor, okay. Don't mistake me, I have no problem with people liking classic. But, you have to remember, even before Classic existed, the vanilla tiers were real. Like, it was a thing. It was such a common thing. It was one of the most commonly mocked things. I don't mean as, like, you stupid. I mean, like, it was a common joke that, you know, vanilla was the most perfectly amazing thing ever. Now, anybody who actually wanted vanilla, you know, anyone who actually wanted classic, wasn't like that. But you know what I mean, right? When people would way overblow just how amazing vanilla was compared to retail. Hey, to Quack. We did it. We're talking about classic again. Anyways, like I said, I was curious what people thought of the concept. Because what I'm actually leaning towards is one last idea, which is related to the aforementioned. It would be interesting if... it would be interesting if we shifted over to there being... How do I explain this? I would kind of like it in an... So let's walk into an ideal world, right? Let's go ahead and walk into an ideal world for a second. There we go. And while we're here, let's posit a future in which WoW Classic continues to get content and updates and story and basically becomes its own thing and stays an MMO. That's important. And then retail stops and WoW 2 continues the retail story arc. Or actually, what would probably happen is Warcraft 4 continues the retail arc, and then WoW 2 continues after that, if it exists at all. But this is going to sound strange. I kind of hope that that doesn't happen, because I don't want a WoW 2. I know that sounds strange. Just from a purely personal perspective, what I want is a co-op Warcraft RPG to keep going with the story after the end of whatever the last one is. Titan, Revenge, Death, whatever, right? Or I don't know, an RTS. just spitball it here. Anyways, I'm going to talk about this pathway we're on briefly. We've already mentioned it and how it doesn't belong in the setting, and I stand by that sentence. But I had a random thought. I know, right? Record speed, wouldn't that be so cool? I mean, I am not allowed to have enthusiasm for things. Yeah, the Shadowlands dip didn't kill WoW. It's probably one of the closest things that's ever come to actually killing WoW, and that didn't do it. So this is the Path of Glory. It's awful. What I kind of wish they would do, and they're never going to do it, we have the resources, magic, and technology in universe to cleanse this entire pathway. It's going to take years, but it should happen. I would love it if that was a thing that we started doing. I don't want to zoom in, to be completely honest with you, but there we are. There's the Path of Glory. I I would love it if we just kind of we could start a quest, right? Or maybe make it like a daily chain, and every so often we get a little bit further into it, and we just kind of start slow-moding our way through here as a concerted effort to restore these people peace. Because most of these people, given the way that they were both murdered and then desecrated, probably haven't been allowed to let go. They probably haven't moved on to the Shadowlands. So, very, very slowly and precisely taking these bones, burying them, sanctifying them, and then, yeah, exactly, you get it, and like shift, just kind of push the path of glory back, bit by bit, until it isn't there at all, until we have finally laid the thousands upon thousands of people here to rest. That is something. Yeah, you could turn it into an event. Make players do it large scale. I would love that. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen, because remember, WoW, for whatever reason, has completely abandoned Outland. Again, I'm going to re-stress this. One of the only actual things we have that indicates that Outland is even there is a random cinematic in BFA. There might as well be no Outland at this point. Is the Dark Portal still open? How do people get here and back? Is Shattrath still operating? Is the frickin' Naru still?
Each day is a blessing.
There's actually a lot of questions I have.
Be well, Dionys Haka.
Fortunately, the Path of Glory is not the only trace of my people in these lands. To the west, a few of our holy sites survive, although some have been overrun. While Velen prepared for the journey that would lead him to Azeroth, those of us who had remained behind sought to re-establish a presence at holy places. In the western part of Hellfire Peninsula, you will find a small group of Drana at the Temple of Telhamat, led by Amon the Wise. I'm certain he would be interested in meeting you.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Is abandoning Outland negative worthy? Well, 3 people in chat just mentioned that there's something I haven't done which deals with this, which by definition means it's a heritage quest. But I think I'm actually with Primarch on that. This feels more like an absence of positives, because going back and tying back into this, I mean, we literally have a category for that. It's called internal continuity. Right? Like, if they came back and started doing stuff here, positives. The fact that they're abandoning old content, well, I think that sucks. But ultimately, it's mostly just a function of not being good, you know? Now, if they abandon old content in a way that makes absolutely no sense, sword! Excuse me. That's a little bit different. It did, Blade Javel, absolutely. Internal continuity and consequent storytelling are 2 positives FF14 got quite a few of. Hi. Hey, why did you kill all my ads on the way in? What ads? That's not fair. You're supposed to kill all the ads on the way in. Nah, I'm good. Anyways, goodbye. Hey, where did you come from? Hey, where did you come from? Go away. Yeah, what sword? There's a quest in this game called, oh, that sword. Cheeky wizard. Okay, these hurt more than the boss did. Holy crap. Ah! Oh god, I do not have that much AoE at this level. Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah! I can't play a warrior. Think I don't know how to play a warrior? My house. Yeah, I'm... One thing I am... This is definitely some copium territory, but one thing I'm hopeful of is as they keep baking in the new old metas, that might be at least a little bit of trying to pull some of the old content into a more accessible format. And Chromie Time was a good step in that direction too, if I might be honest. If you don't know what I'm talking about. These right here. A World Awoken is do all of these metas across Dragonflight. This one is for Shadowlands, and we actually know right now on the PTR, there is one already for BFA that they're working on. So, yay, you know, I'm actually happy about that. God damn it, Matter Lord. But again, that's like the very, very beginnings of taking some steps to make older content more relevant. So, hopeful? Maybe? We'll see. Wait, what happened, Huther? I missed it. Yep. Hang on, went into the table for a second.
Azeroth calls, and we must answer.
I'll go ahead and grab that one.
We each must do our part.
So, 100% honesty, Rector's Beard? Yes, I do. Now, it's entirely possible I'm wrong. I've been wrong a lot this year. In a lot of bad ways. So it's entirely possible I am just completely off the marker here. But what I see is a pattern. Oh my god, Huthor. 50! Thank god they got rid of that. From what I see, after the shakeup and after the firings and after the everything, it feels like the approach to a lot of things, the philosophy, for lack of a better way to put it, has changed. And I am hopeful that that is a change long-term for the good. We're way too early to really tell, right? Like, who knows at this point? Yeah, I noticed Daneth has his modern voice actor there.
How are you? Be good.
Oh, hey, here's the quest to go get the salvage.
Watch your back.
We're not doing that.
Hello.
I saw Horrific Visions was there. Can I just say, I really hope that they bring back Horrific Visions, at least as good as it was. I've said that before, and I'll say it again. The last patch of BFA was one of the best patches we've ever had in WoW. No joke. Obviously, there was the raid. I didn't really experience the raid at level all that much. But the visions and the invasion zones and everything about the new gear system that I don't remember the name of was awesome. And I praise it to hell and heaven above. And the best part is, I can't even really give any positives for it because that system's already gone. But oh my god. Okay, so go kill orcs. Well, I do need a shield. So I will go do that, just to get a shield. And this one is... Yep, this is the Unyielding quest. So you notice we're just skipping over several of these. No kidding, right? 36. That's because most of these are, again, just repeats of quests we already did with no real variances worthy of note. So we're just going to skip right over some of these. Oh man, I was so happy to experience 8.3 live. My friend Pax did even more than I did, but I still got up to like rank 1D, I want to say? On my cloak. Something like that. Corruption gear, that's what it was called. I love the corruption gear. Yeah, corruption gear was great. The actual Horrific Visions themselves was great, and I enjoyed most of the new Overworld Zone stuff, too. The narrative had some issues. Although, fun fact, I have never killed N'Zoth to this very day. Why'd they get rid of it? It wasn't an evergreen. It was a feature that they just moved on from. That's it. I mean, does Azerite armor even drop anymore, to speak of another thing like that? I know you can't get an artifact anymore. Like, you go to Legion, it's like, hey, here's your artifact. You can't do anything with it. Wah, wah. Lag there. I actually do agree with that, Uthor. It is... purely subjectively, purely from a personal perspective, I really wish developers would care less about balance. Now you can get the heart, and you can get the cloak. It's a colossal pain in the ass to do. Much worse than it ever was before. I should know. We did it. I suppose I'll talk about it now since the topic has been broached. So, Here's... Okay. You remember how I talked about how Starfield is badly programmed, like, objectively? No? Oh, okay. So let me repeat myself. Starfield is objectively a badly programmed game, and one of the reasons why I can say that so definitively is because one of the things it does is it presumes that everything follows a certain standard. If it doesn't follow that standard, then things go badly. Now that is objectively bad programming. If you program a program, whether it's a game or a software or anything, or even just a string of code that only works if everything goes exactly according to plan, you are not a good programmer. So let's talk about BFA. In BFA, if you were leveling your way through the expansion and doing your thing in order as you would, and just doing all the content, then when it came time to get the cloak and the heart, you were fine because you had all of the steps necessary to do so. But what, you want to go back and get the cloak later in, like, say, Dragonflight on a character that just got started last year? Sucks to be you. The chains of requirement in order to even start the quests which are required to get to the state where you can pick up the quest in order to gain access to the heart, in order to start getting your cloak, was so esoteric that it was a little bit of like a try and figure it out as we go kind of a thing, because the weirdest quests would be connected to other quests, things that made absolutely no sense. Let me give you a specific example. There's a quest, the main story quest that goes into Najatar, I think it is. Oh god, what's the name of that stupid zone? Yeah, Najatar. Okay. So the main story quest that goes through here has a specific step where you have to go do dailies for several days. I forget the number of days. It was more than 3. It was like 7, I want to say. And you have to go do dailies every day in order to be able to progress the main story quest. Once you get to about 2 steps past the daily requirement quest chain in this quest chain, that unlocks some other random-ass quest somewhere in the world. I don't even remember what it is anymore. We really went down the rabbit hole on this. And that unlocks some other random-ass quest, which once you do that, that makes it so you can go get the quest to go to the Heart of Azeroth, at which point you see the Raytheon thing, and Raytheon's like, hey, I'm here now, and then Raytheon would start you on the cloak. By the way, just starting Najatar, that's another rabbit hole to go down in order to be able to access Najatar. That is getting a negative when we get there, by the way. That is, again, objectively bad quest design.
What can I do for you?
That's bad script design.
Have a good one. Safe travels.
It looks really cool, Five. And yeah, I don't really want to get into how they decided to deal with borrowed power. I never want to hear that phrase again. I will admit, from the perspective of a designer, borrowed power is a problem. And it is. It is a problem when it comes to MMO design, any long-standing game. There are only really a couple of changes and options there that can fix that. Possible Primarch, but that's still going to be a negative if for no other reason than in order to start the Cloak quest, which requires accessing Raytheon at a certain point in the story, you have to gain access to the heart at a certain point in the story, which requires doing another unrelated quest until a certain part of the story, which requires going to a daily chain. So even if they got rid of all the stuff before that, which they apparently did, I'll credit you on that, all the rest of that crap still exists. Also, why do any of those things connect to each other? Also, how do you figure that out without a walkthrough? Oh, by the way, we didn't have a walkthrough. We just kind of had to bumble into that, because there was no walkthrough for getting the cloak. In fact, if you look up on Wowhead, the quest that starts the cloak chain, which is the one from Raytheon, a lot of the comments on it were, this is a year ago at this point, but a lot of the comments on it were, how the hell do I get this quest? He's not there.
All prices here are reasonable.
Don't lie to me.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Okay, anyway, sorry, getting heated. I apologize. I mean, pretty much ran 36. It's like someone, I think Rikers mentioned earlier, like, part of the reason that the toxic vanilla crowd, let's call them that, became so bad was because people were being dismissive of them. If there's one thing that will get someone to be even more frustrating, irritating, and generally toxic, it's telling them that their opinion doesn't count. You'll notice I don't do that. Probably because I'm not an idiot. You'd think people who make an MMO would understand how to talk to people, but no. God. Okay, quests.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Ah, so you met Sir Krieve. He's a wise and gifted man, and any Draenei he would name a friend is also a friend of mine. Make yourself comfortable. Introduce yourselves to the others who call the temple home.
Do not lose faith. Dionys Akkad.
That's a repeat quest we don't care about. Yes, this we'll do that quest. We'll do that later, so let's hold on to that one.
Open your heart to the light.
We've already shown off that quest. Sorry, a lot of these are repeat quests, so forgive me.
Good fortune.
Yep.
Be well.
Not a lot of new stuff here.
May the light embrace you.
There we go. Okay.
Good health, long life.
Okay.
Good fortune.
Hear my plight. My brother Sedai left long ago to contact the orcs of Maghar Post. Ever the idealist, he thought the time was ripe to settle our differences and negotiate peace. He has been missing for days, and I fear for the worst. Would you mind putting my mind to rest and look for him? He must be somewhere to the east.
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Yeah, the earth is a rhombus. Hello. Sorry.
Roma, Hect Corta.
We'll come back to that one. Azeroth is hollow. Oh God, wait. Oh God. It was all true. The Force was real all along. You found the body of a young Draenei paladin, slain with a blow to his back. With his death confirmed, you left with the unpleasant task of returning to him with the grim news.
Blessings upon you.
Sedai, my dear brother. These cowardly orcs. He was unarmed. How could they? Leave me be. I thank you for your assistance, but I wish to be alone to my thoughts.
Favor the road traveled by few.
No, not Sedai. The orcs must pay. I think I'm done with them, Huthor? Because I saw one, and it looked like it was the last one in the chain. But either way, yes is the answer. Sedai was like a brother to Mokuru. We owe him our lives and more. They call Mokuru crazy, but if Om and I are not going to do anything about his death, then they're the crazy ones. Mokuru doesn't have much to call his own in this world, but he will give you his only possession if you avenge Sedai. I've seen the brown orc Maghar grunts up the hill. They hate us. They don't deserve our mercy. Go avenge them. Bring their ancestral beads as proof. And then we go farm Maghar beads. Which class would be the most OP in real life? Short term? Warlocks. And then they'd burn out and or die, and that would be the end of that. Long term? Yeah, probably paladins. Paladins just have a sustain that nothing else has. Die, orcs! Die, orcs! Death to the orcs. Death, all the death. Die. Yes, murder, murder, murder. Murder, murder. Yeah, no, those are the ones I was thinking of. The reason I hesitated is because I haven't seen one pop up since the last one I did, but I don't remember when I did the last one. Can I just say, very, very, very minor complaint. Really wish they'd stop adding new lands to the world map. Can we just quit it? Like, we have spaceships. You know? We have literally seen this planet from orbit. There really shouldn't be any unknown lands at this point. Just saying. Underground is fine. I'm okay with underground. That's not what I mean. Wait, we can revisit old zones? What? Listen, this is Blizzard, Monobrent. All we do is constantly abandon old territory like it was going out of style. And yeah, I know they've been foreshadowing the whole Arathi continent thing, and honestly, I like War Within a lot, but when I saw that, my eyes rolled right out of their head. Like, oh yeah, the Arathi Emperor is out there with a whole empire and a whole other continent. I'm like, okay, cool. That sucks. That's what we need, right? More zones to abandon in the future. What is this? Capitalist paradise? I replayed Legion, look. Yes, my eyes have their own separate head. It's like when you have a streaming machine and you don't actually play the games on the streaming machine, you just stream the gaming machine to the streaming machine. It's like that, you know, I got a separate head for my eyes. Yeah, there's this half-elf empire. Don't worry about it, don't worry about it. It exists. You've never heard of it before, ever. It arguably contradicts existing lore top to bottom, but it's there. It's there. It's just, you've never heard of her. She's from Canada, okay? Like, she's just... She goes to another school. That's what the Arathi Empire... She goes to another school. Please drop your beads. 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 No. I will continue to murder you until you give me your frickin' beads. Give me your beads. It's not Mardi Gras. Give me your beads. I mean, I will actually give them some credit. They put some legwork into explaining Pandaria. And only Pandaria. I mean, I like Legion a lot, but they really had to twist around to retcon that one, too. Wow, they're parry chance. What the hell, buddy? Probably Lunaris. The good news is we're almost done with Hellfire Peninsula total. Speaking of which, does anybody want to join me for a group? Kulturos? Yeah. No. I think you can, Mr. Red, because it's a dungeon, right? For a dungeon. We're going to do burning, blood furnace. Sorry. It's not actually that far from now. Technically, we do it right now if people are ready for it. I just pause this snore fest. I am not used to only having one charge. It's really throwing me. Please drop your stupid beads. I will mass murder you. Top to bottom. I will kill your entire family while making you watch if you don't drop your stupid beads. I can tank. I, of course, know how to tank on a warrior, but, you know. I even just bothered to get a shield and a sword for that. Oh, my God. Yeah, where's my genocide button? Give me my genocide button. Time to expand the path of glory. Yes, sir. I actually use, you may or may not see, I actually have summon random favorite mount, and that's how I do it. I used to have a macro to do this. Nowadays, I just have a button for it. I don't know who you are, but I accept the invite from this unknown person. I am not time walking, correct. Although that shouldn't matter for dungeons. Did you take revenge from Mokuro? Yes, revenge. You did good, yes. You take this now. It was gift from Sedai. It only makes Mokuro sad to see it. What have you done, Mokuro? These are not our ways. The orcs hate us, Obadiah. They killed many of us before. They deserve death and worse. I understand how you feel. He was my brother, but we cannot disgrace his memory by going against his ideals. Our history with the orcs is one of constant conflict. We were once near driven to extinction due to their bloodlust and have since avoided them, even while not under demonic influence. Yet this retaliation is not what Sedai would have wanted. Speak with our elder. He can shed some light on these
Remember the
events.
lessons of the past.
I think so, Linarith. But you need the account first. I don't know if you have the account.
The Legion's end draws near. Blessing.
As I've told you before, I do not require eyes to see what others cannot. I will not pass judgment on what you did on Makuro's behalf, yet I think you need to see beyond what your eyes show you. Travel southwest to the ruins of Shannara and salvage any relics you find. If fate wills it, you will find what we need. The meaning of my request might not be immediately apparent. Have faith, though.
Favor the road traveled by few.
Right back. I was gonna say that our history with the orcs is filled with conflict, aside from literally millennia of peace and cooperation. Like, that's one of the reasons why the demonic horde was such a betrayal, why it took them such by surprise, right? Like, it was like, I don't have a good example of this. I don't think there's really a real life equivalent of it. Like, hey, we're cool, right? Cool. And then genocide, right? Kargas, the native. Okay. Double checking something. Outland sucks. That shouldn't even be there. That's strange. I mean, Huthor mentioned something idly the other day, that WoW's writers themselves never really took the story seriously until a certain point in time. Yeah. Like, there's story here. There's been story since vanilla.
May the light
But, like,
embrace you.
yeah.
Favor the road traveled by few.
Dionis Akar.
That's the one part. It's okay, but let's just know. It's all good.
Do not lose faith.
Yeah, I don't want to sound like they were super best buds, Huthor, but yeah, they were pretty peaceful towards each other. So we didn't do these quests last time because they're completely neutral quests. There's a bunch of that in this game.
How may I help?
The Cenarian Circle's main expeditionary force in Outland is known as the Cenarian Expedition. Although it began as a small venture controlled directly by the Cenarian Circle, it's become a largely autonomous body. The expedition's leader has asked us to directly volunteer to her outpost. Report to her at Zangarmarsh. Okay, well, we'll do that.
Good luck, friend.
We've been fighting an ongoing battle to keep the pass through Thornfang Hill to the west clear of Ravagers. It would be bad if we were to become completely cut off from the refuge in Zangarmarsh. We don't want to displace the creatures, but there seems little choice as their attacks on travelers have become more aggressive. So go kill a bunch of them, please.
Hail.
Oh, goodness, you must be the help I requested. I'm glad you're here. There's a lot to be done, and I have just the thing to start you out. Welcome to the Cenarian Post. We don't often get people out here, but I'm grateful for the visit. My work with the creatures of this land requires me to travel to many remote places. The Cenarian Expedition has dispatched me to study some of the most dangerous wildlife in Outland, and I've made a startling discovery. While many creatures here have already undergone radical changes, they continue to mutate. I'm collecting blood samples. Could you go loot some blood? Oh my god.
Be careful.
Frickin' blood. It's always about blood. You see that huge red crystal to the north? It fell from the sky not long ago, causing a massive earthquake. When we came out to investigate, we found these colossi wandering that weren't there previously. There's definitely something strange about the crystal, but the energies it's emanating, I don't have time for that. Those mountain giants are my immediate concern. I should head up there and deal with them.
May the stars guide you.
Oh, hang on. Oh, no, not report. I don't want to report. Report player. Why is that the immediate option? So let's see. We've got a mage, a monk, and me. And possibly Mr. Red. Assuming he can get in there, which probably can. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Mr. Red is on a horde character. We could always pug a healer. That might work out. And I can heal. And by heal, I mean tank. Okay, Valerian. All good. Holy Priest is a little complex. Holy Paladin is a little bit simpler, but a lot of fun, in my opinion. Managing your cooldowns is a lot of what the mechanics boil down to, just like most Paladin classes, honestly. And of course, making sure you're using your beacon properly. Do I think the atmosphere was lost over the years? Go to Aj-Kahet sometime and tell me that the atmosphere is lost. I mean, frankly, even Shadowlands had good atmosphere. God. And that's Shadowlands. You know how physically difficult it is for me to praise Shadowlands? It's like, Shadowlands... Okay, okay. Hang on, I gotta say something positive about Shadowlands. Okay, okay. I've actually wondered a few times what it would be like if Warcraft went the route of, say, EVE Online. EVE Online isn't the only game that does it, but it's probably one of the more well-known ones. I actually have a term for that. I call it player-generated content. Where the majority of the content of the game, the stuff you do, is pretty much entirely designed by the players. The devs may or may not actually have any built-in support for the players to be able to do stuff. But all the actual stuff is completely on the players. Whereas something with, well, you know, quests and raids and stuff like that, that's developer-generated content. As the Colossus falls under the weight of your attacks, you notice for the first time it was holding a red crystal fragment. While it was small and unnoticeable in the mountain giant's hand, it's a fairly hefty piece for you to carry around. It also suspiciously looks like a piece of the giant crystal in the middle of the ridge. It's most definitely a clue as the strangeness that's occurring here, and you're sure the druids will want to see it. Yeah, I think I would agree with that, Uthor. Because they'd had plenty of regional, you know, character arcs before then, but, like, actually throughput throughout the whole expansion? Yeah, that was Garrosh. And Garrosh wasn't one expansion, he was two. Don't tell me Warlords. He barely mattered for Warlords. Honestly, Garrosh should have died at Pandaria. I'll say that before and I'll say it again. Like, he was done. His arc was done. And indeed, they never did anything with him after that point. Also, that book sucks and can go straight to hell. Not related, but still true. And Days is the greatest of mechanics. You know that? I love Days. I mean, the MSQ in Hellfire Peninsula and Frostfire Ridge in Warlords is very, very good. Some of the stuff there is part of why I think Warlords is going to score better than people think it will. And worse. Question the wisdom of the Celestials, because they were always dumb. Oh yeah, Shadow Moon was also legit. A little bit truncated, but I liked the fact that they were willing to really stretch with what they did there. And honestly, I also really liked the Spires of Arak. Nagrand was okay when it was focusing on the ogres. I really liked what they did with the Gorian Empire in Warlords, personally. The Forest of Terok, or whatever it's called. It's not Terakar. Whatever, the Forest. That was probably one of the weakest zones, and it most showed a lot of the changes they made in mid-development, because just what the hell were they thinking with that? That zone was rough. Talador, thank you. Talador was pretty bad. I'm not going to deny or move around that one. Gorgrond was interesting, at least. Kind of in a bubble, but still interesting. You got this, whoever Paradis is. I think that's Mr. Red. Mythic plus tier. Engaged. Yeah, no, Gorgon really was 2 zones, and it showed. For all the wrong reasons. I would be willing to put money down right now that Shadowlands will score worse than Warlords. Shadowlands has some good things in it. It does. And the rest of it is Shadowlands. Shadowlands also has what is arguably one of the worst zones in the entire game.
Hail.
Do you have one on the Americas 5? Because you don't have to be on the server. And the worst character in the entire game. With the Ravagers cleared, travelers to and from the refuge should have an easier time of it. Thank you.
May the eternal sun shine.
Were you able to collect all the blood samples?
May the eternal sun shine.
Well done, Dawnforge. These blood samples will prove helpful in my research and Expedition's wider studies of Outland's creatures. If I could isolate what causes these creatures to change continuously, maybe I can concoct an antidote.
Goodbye.
Maybe there's something we could use in the blood as the base of an antidote. Don't look at me like I lost my mind. It's a common theme in nature. Often the cure for something can be derived from the toxin itself, and that's just what I'm about to do. So go test this out on someone. Okay, sure. Hang on. So let's... Nope. Lunera. I don't see a Lunera, so I think you're lying. Why would you do this to me, Lunera? Why would you do this? All right, I gotta use this thing. No, come here. Oh my God! He turned even more fell and hulking. Oh God! Oh God! Kill me! Keep getting even bigger, and he's dead. Okay, cool. It's actually a good question, Huthor. I mean, my thought was, yeah, because that's when it came out. Because that's how that works. The alternative would be put it into the generic stuff, which no individual expansion gets it. Dawnforge, one word, Lunariv.
Greetings.
Do you have the results of the experiment? But how could that happen? I was certain I prepared the antidote correctly. I've seen it work with spider and snake items. Why would it backfire here? I should pass along this information to my colleagues. You should also take a better sword because, you know... yeah, we'll go with that one. I'll actually get this.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Elune be with you. Be careful.
Good work. If you ask me, all that we have to do is kill enough of the Colossi and we won't have to worry about them. Thanks.
Elune light your path.
That's a big crystal you have there. Did you get that while you were up at the ridge killing Colossi? Let me take a look at it.
Till next we meet.
It's like a lump of unrefined crystal to me. Admittedly, I can feel a sickly, evil aura emanating off it, but that's not exactly in my line of work. I'm just here to put an end to the mountain giant menace.
Elune light your...
You should take the crystal lump over to the Earthbinder. She's like you, always needed to get to the bottom of a mystery and always thinking. If you ask me, she thinks too much. Just give it to her. I'm sure she'll get you into a heap of trouble trying to figure out what's going on the ridge.
Till next we meet.
Hi.
Elune be with you.
Is that a piece of the giant crystal shard from the ridge? Oh, excellent. I've been waiting to get my hands on a piece of that thing, but Talathion's been dragging his feet. He's supposed to be here helping me to investigate what's going on. Instead, he's just focusing on sending poor dupes like you, no offense, up there to slaughter the mill. If you give me the crystal, maybe I can find a link between it and the Colossi.
May the stars guide you.
I do not see a whisper from you, Lunariv. I can prove that because my chat is on screen right now. Landria, what are you doing? Let's plant this shard in the ground and see what happens. Okay. Oh, God. Must be the evil emanations from the crystals that are summoning the giants and driving them insane. It's too big to move and beyond our ability to destroy, but I know a way to quell its power. I've summoned a circle at the northwest corner of the crystal on the ridge. Take this seed to it and use it to channel a healing through the land. Beware, I sense an external force at play here. This isn't natural.
Goddess, watch over you.
Kargath, the narrative. First of all. Second of all, if you're a no-sub, I'm not sure how that works with regards to grouping. My whispers are enabled. I got one from Primarch right there. I guess that's a valid point. Let me double check. Whispers are right there. Yep. Nope, they're on. So, plot point. No, nice command. So that's Pathelion the Calculator. Remember that name for later. Just what do you think you're doing? You dare not interfere with my master's experiment? Yeah. Do you like what we've done here? Perhaps we'll drop these crystals from the sky all over Outland. Because we're evil, remember? Because we're blood elves. I grow bored with your attempt to heal the land and quell the energies summoning and driving the Colossi mad. Goliathan, king of the Colossi, Prince Kael'thas, and I demand you defend the crystal. This fight used to suck. We'll meet again soon. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, run. I don't know where such an option exists. Yeah, this used to be a 5-man group. Not a 3-man, not a 2-man, a 5-man. As in, bring a tank and or a healer. Possibly both. Censor message everyone except friends. But that's just censoring. That should be it. Just want character achievements? No. Chat, no. That should just be the filter. Like Mr. Red's been like, curse, 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 and it just shows up as I think.
Greetings.
Did it work? What did you learn? Did you find out who or what is behind what happened?
Go in peace.
Goliathan. Pathelion. Kael'thas? Kael'thas had a hand in this? It's insanity what he's done. Dropping giant crystals from the sky and decimating the land can only be the work of a madman. I assure you, the Cenarian expedition will counter any further attempts by their forces to do this ever again. We owe you a great debt.
Elune, light your path.
Good to know. Where's my boots? They're there. Here's all these demons who are definitely here on behalf of Illidan because he's such a demon lord. I guess technically he is a lord of demons. I guess that counts. Yeah, I was actually just thinking that, Bragwin. They never really explain how exactly they have the power to just drop giant crystals of fell energy into the land. I get the why. Like, what they're trying to do is they're trying to turn all of Outland into Netherstorm, which will eventually destroy Outland, actually. Not that they care. All they're trying to do is rip as much energy out of it as possible in order to power the sun well. No, I thought the crystals were connected to Fel, but don't quote me on that. I actually am going to go ahead and say I don't know. Not me, I'm just rescuing some people here. I just realized I should probably pick up the quest before I start doing these, because I'm an idiot. So I'm in a bit of a hurry, and I still don't know why Lunera doesn't exist to me.
Akal Hekta.
Perhaps not all hope is lost for the Dreghood. I'm one of the 4 elders that guided this tribe before we were enslaved by the Illidar. I thought the others were dead, but I've slowly learned that at least 2 others are alive, chained and powerless as I am. I've not been able to find Naladu, and I fear for the worst. There are other huts in the ruins upstairs. Maybe you could look for him? It would be a great boon for our tribe if our elders were alive.
See you.
Yeah, why don't we have playable broken, Blizzard? Hello.
We survive.
So the Illidari demons keep me here because of my knowledge of ancient Draenei crystals and relics. They've enslaved many of my people and are looking for a powerful crystal, one that in all likelihood is not even here. Why don't you escape? What for? If Illidan's demons don't catch me and enslave me again, the Naga of Zengermarsh will. Joining Illidan and his allies has turned out to mean nothing but slavery for most of the Broken Tribe. There is no hope for my people.
You come back sometime.
Oh! Nerith! Holy crap. Invite. Let's see if it'll let me. Hey! Woo! Okay. Let me smash through these quests, because these are actually the last quests we're doing. And then we'll go ahead and hit the blood furnace.
Blood. So long.
You've come to help my tribe? How unusual. There aren't many that care about the fate of the broken in this land.
Peace for you.
Anywhere you see a tribe of enslaved broken, you'll also find a traitor. A despicable being who sold his brothers for promises of power. There's a hut at the top of the stairs in the center of the ruins. That's the turncoat's hut. He's not there now, so you'll be able to sneak in if you're patient. Inside you will find a coffer with a key inside of it. That key unlocks the chain that keeps the elders prisoner. Bring it to me, but beware, Arzith the Merciless wanders nearby.
Luck to you.
Yeah, I think we're running into some no-subbing issues, Lineroth. I know that it's weird about what it allows you to do and what it doesn't, because I've run into that already. But yeah, let's try a whisper. Test. No player named Lunera Lightbringer is currently playing. Wow. Of all of the errors I was expecting to see, that was not one of them. Okay.
Leave. Another day.
Did you obtain the key? Yeah, here you go.
You come back sometime.
Thank you. My people will soon be free, thanks to you.
See you.
The Dreghood's spirit is broken because our elders are imprisoned. Take the key. Go free them. They are Marad, Okoro, and Island. Once they are free, the spirits will return to the tribe.
Roma. Hect Corta.
Yeah, I can see you in party chat. You can see you in party chat. Go ahead and answer in-game. Yeah, if you see Lightbringer, that's the realm that she's on. Sorry, Linerith, you don't exist, apparently. Maybe I don't exist. X-Files noise.
Hello, stranger.
Be free. So sorry, which thing specifically, Primarch, do you think deserves a narrative negative? Unless you mean the gameplay thing of the party, in which case, I don't know. Part of the problem is the reason that tutorial or non-subbed accounts are so restricted is because of botters, and that sucks. And I don't have a better way to put that. Unfortunately, like it or not, what really needs to happen is people who are botters need to be criminally prosecuted by the governments and jurisdictions which they exist within, and that is literally never happening.
What do you need, stranger?
Yes, we can, Spartan. I remember what the stone is. Maybe Linerith? I don't know, we'll figure it out. I'm not quite disagreeing, Primarch, it's just... because I have no hope for the world, Loke.
Light Must remember the light.
Tell me, have the Dreadhood Elders been released?
So long.
I can feel it. The spirits are returning to us.
Luck to you.
The elemental spirits have returned. We are not as strong as we once were, but a little magic can go a long ways in the right hands. Arzus had great powers bestowed upon him by his Dark Lord. Here, take this staff. It was once a great symbol of our tribe. Use it against Arzeth, and his powers will be temporarily removed from him. Defeat him, then, so my people will finally be free.
Go on, then.
Yeah, exactly, Kira Noise. Hurry up, boy. There he is. Peekaboo. That broken worm gave you the staff, didn't he? Did he also tell you he's the one who sold out his tribe? No matter, you'll both pay for this. Oh no, I'm powerless. Death.
Blood. Peace for
Is
you.
it done? Is he dead?
So long.
It is true. I was once Naladu, the keeper of Earth. It was I who betrayed the others in exchanges for empty promises of power. You can now despise me if you wish to. What matters is my tribe is free and my spirits returned. I will not be joining the rest of my tribe, but I can die in peace now. May the spirit of Earth find a new servant on my brothers.
You come back,
And they never say it outright, but it's pretty overtly stated that he's about to commit suicide. So that's cool. I agree, Primarch. It's a surprisingly good and solid little story there. And yeah, I agree. It contradicts several other things, but I like it for what it is. We'll call this secondary. No, this feels like a prime opt. This is a whole chain. I like it. I like it. Okay. Let's go turn this in. We have one last question, I swear. We're almost done with this zone. Almost there. Not a lot to add for the Alliance side. Most of the narrative is just a little bit different reason for being here and otherwise doing the same stuff. Suramar, Yura. Or Kultiras.
Good fortune. Be kind to
Did you retrieve the relics? Good, just as I hoped. You found the special relic amongst the other ones.
Do not lose.
The stubborn close their mind and convince themselves of truth. The wise keep an open mind to different possibilities, leading to and stemming from the present. Take this relic with you to where you found Sedai. See not with your eyes, but with your mind.
Good health, long life.
Yes, Blood Furnace is where we're going. And Earth is so impatient. I can only quest so fast. I've already got dragon flying. I'm doing everything I can. I'm sorry. So, the Vindicator is sent home by the Makar. To return, Draenei scum. Next time we won't spare your life, unarmed or not. And then the Makar leave. They're filled. Peace is impossible. And then a bunch of Laughing Skull orcs show up. Butcher the Makar. Have a bug happen with regards to their script. Fell orcs. These really shouldn't be all the way over here. While we're doing this, I'm going to set up my prots back. Yeah, the Laughing Skull are strange in Warlords, and that's the simplest way I could phrase that. Oh, you're not missing anything with the cutscene, I swear. Oh, yep, yeah, okay, now you're missing something. So he helps defeat the Fell Orcs of the Laughing Skull. cycle of bloodshed is unending. Is there nothing I can do? And then Kroon's Spinebreaker shows up. Oh my god, really, guys? Stabs him in the back. And then wanders off to get killed by the Makar, which leads to the Orc, or the Horde quest related to him. I'm just gonna run, because, yeah. I can't even mess with my talents. Yeah, I'm just getting eaten by pigs, don't mind me. This is just my life now. You actually asked me that earlier, Euron. I forgot to respond out loud. No. I can't imagine being a more nostalgic person. That sounds awful to me, to be quite honest with you. No offense to those of you who are nostalgic, which is probably, you know, a non-small for amount of you. The idea of being nostalgic to me just sounds unpleasant. There it is. Shield slam, there it is. Oh, that's F. I mean, I'm probably biased because I've seen so many negative things about nostalgia over the years. Never mind the good old days, which can go directly to hell. I hope the vision you witnessed helps you gain some perspective on Sedai's death. The relic showed you a likely series of events leading up to the present. The truth may have been different, we'll never know. Would you act differently knowing what you know now? Who can say whether our conflict with the Orcs will continue? There might be some battle for Azeroth where we will kill Orcs en masse. Who knows?
Blessings upon your family.
There's no judgment, Euro. Like I said, it's just, that sounds kind of like hell to me. Like I said. Let's go ahead and grab that. And then I'm going to want to take more pain. Normally I would talk all this stuff out, but forgive me for not doing that. Let's go ahead and grab that. And then I have that. I'm also going to want... So that's right below. So I need 4 more points. Last stand. Shield slam for that, and then focus for that. I need 1 more. Really? I have to? Okay, fine. I'll get Demo Shout. Just to get that. We'll go and grab the proc for revenge. Completely unrelated talents that have nothing to do with anything. Got it. Apply changes. Let's go. I don't know. I guess I don't know how to describe it. It just sounds awful, honestly. So let's put that under 6, get that off the bar entirely, put this over in Z, put this over where do I put this? G, I think? No, this is B. This is 0, this gets off the bar. And that's cooldown. Stormbolt needs to go somewhere. Let's put it right there. 6, that's 5, that's Z, that should be everything. I don't know how better to describe it. So let's go to Blood Furnace. Whee! Let's see if we can summon someone, shall we? I'm now a tank. Legally speaking. We'll put, Strange. That's a cooldown. We'll put this here. Oh god, it's should be like right. Where is the damn thing? No, I know where Blood Furnace is. Where's the Summoning Stone? Is there a Summoning Stone? Like, there should be, like, a Hellfire Summoning Stone. I have a memory of it being... Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm stupid. Here it is. It's right here. It's right here. Okay, so... needed a summon? Oh, hang on. I don't see anybody who needs a summon. Someone lied to me. port is over here. Ah, there it is. But, like, aren't you here, Spartan? Yeah, I know, you're who am I missing? Because, like, Mr. Red's here. And, like, whoever that is already inside. And this person's... There you are. Okay, okay. This is Spartan. I've found Spartan. I've discovered Spartan. Look, I'm not good with the find replace thing when it comes to names, okay? God damn it, really? Sniff. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, it already worked. Yay! Blood furnace. Let's wrap this up and go home, shall we? Let's see what happens if we just walk in. A little experimental here. We're walking, we're walking. I see Mr. Red, I see Luneruth, I see whoever that is. I think it's Primarch. And I'll grab the I guess I'll grab the quest while I wait for Spartan to zone it. So, quests.
See you soon.
The Maker uses demon blood on a special road to turn brown and green orcs into red ones. I'd love to see if we can make that blood and mess around with it a bit. Make it turn orcs of all colors into harmless, docile lumps. You're gonna bring me some samples. So don't forget to grab the road.
Keep your feet on the ground.
As it turns out, the eggheads back at Honor Hold can't see much into this place. Bunch of lazy mazes, that's what they are. Either way, we don't know exactly what's going on here, so you're going to find out.
Be good. Keep your feet
They've got this big old demon stashed away. Is that what they're telling me? There's an orc what's in charge of keeping them under wraps. Killing orcs is killing orcs, am I right? Doesn't matter what he did or what he was doing. Orcs are always ripe for the slaughter. Jesus Christ. This is dialogue that's in this game. I mean, this is an Honor Hold dwarf, so I don't really begrudge him that, but wow, okay. Okay, have an agility, have a battle shout. Put that over there. Okay, cool. So this trash can be mean, so we're not going to overpull at all. You're not. Since I have no add-ons at all. I'll take that as a compliment, Master. Thank you. So there's a lot of ways to pull this. I'm just going to do my old-fashioned way. Line of sight. Yeah, no, the stuff in here hits weirdly hard for what it is. And there's some other variables as we go through here. Nice looking place, too. I like the variance of it. It looks completely different from the previous two dungeons. It's part of why I lump this completely separately narratively, although also because it's literally a completely separate dungeon, like story arc. The other two dungeons were just going after the Fel Orcs. This is all about why the Fel Orcs exist. This is the laboratory where they're making new Fel Orcs. And we discover something that will lead to the raid we'll be doing right after this. And by we, I mean probably just me by myself. Sorry. And yeah, this is the one with the rogues. Don't worry, there's no rogues here. Okay, that is the weirdest luck I've ever had on that staircase. There's one.
You believe your pathetic sorcery can hold me?
Yeah, so there's stealth rogues. You notice that was also a thing in Shattered Halls. And yeah, so back in Vanilla and BC, there was a concept called Thrash. I forget exactly what it does, because I was just looking this up, but it guarantees you get 2 free attacks immediately after you use it. So imagine just suddenly getting hit by 3 attacks simultaneously, and you understand why this place hurts. Again with the line of sight. And then right back around the corner. Come on, boy. Or just die. I don't care what you do. Next. So far, Mr. Red seems to be doing fine. Wait, really, Mr. Red? Oh, I'm sorry. If you want, I could, like, double pull, and then you could tell the story. Here, watch this. No? Okay, that's okay. I can accept that. Yeah, no, heroic adepts were mean. No joke. It was just a lot of burst. And there's no real dealing with that. There's a lot of burst. Oh yeah, by the way, we can already see that there's the end of the dungeon right there. So just like Hellfire Ramparts, the actual dungeon itself is very short. It also has a shortcut, just like Hellfire Ramparts, so that's nice. But anyway, so we've got the Legionnaires, they hit hard. We've got the Enforcers, they stun. And we've got the Acolytes, they triple hit. Then we've got the Summoners, who do exactly what they say on the tin. And the Adepts. We've already talked about them. Oh, no you don't. And, of course, the Rogues. Oh, yeah, sorry. That is worthy of note. The Legionnaires do Mortal Strike, because, of course, they frickin' do. I am level... 30. I have... Lunarith is 10. Mr. Red is 20. Primarch is 42. And Spartan is 25. I am staring at level 30 enemies, and I am level 30. So the scaling appears to be doing its job so far. What am I missing on my number 1 button? Okay, so, Mr. Red, this is your warning. I'm going to go ahead and pull a few things, okay? We'll try a triple pack first. We'll see how this works out. So, the Technicians... back when we used to do this, I actually disagreed with everyone else in my guild, and I said we should always focus the Technicians down first. The reason why was because the Summoners were very easy to CC, but the Technicians always did the most damage by a huge margin, and it was AoE damage. And people had no idea how to dodge them because people were morons. So I just kind of pulled rank and said, no, you're gonna DPS down the Technicians first. First boss. He's actually a really basic boss. There's not much to him. I'm not even sure there's much to talk about here. He's going to do a knock up, which, as usual, resets aggro. Yep, there we go. And he's dead. Cool. Next. So then there's the hallway from hell. I'm going to overpull again here. So we've got Technicians, again, Enforcers, yep, and Nascients. Nascients aren't too bad, but this is a mean group to put into one bundle here. That's a good question. Primarch, are the mobs level 40 whatever for you? Yeah, Enforcers... Ugh. Yeah, Enforcers do Shield Bash, which is a silence. They do it to anyone in range, and this is a tight corridor, so range tend to get up here in melee more often than they probably should. These are basic Warlocks. There's not much to them, except for the fact that they hurt. Awesome. Thank you for checking, Primarch. Yeah, I appreciate the platform. This is where they're converting. By the way, real quick, visual storytelling. Blood Furnace. Like I said, this is where they convert people. Ooh, no, you don't. The Summoners are interesting in that they're the weakest mobs in these bundles by far, but they also can summon some very mean adds, including Monobirders, CCers, and Damagers. And yeah, that's exactly as mean as it sounds, especially if you're letting things get out of control. And then we go back to 2 more Enforcers. It should be... Hello. There we go. Notice how, despite having a decent amount of trash, it's still less trash than Shattered. Not to keep shattering on Shatter, but, honestly... I'm kidding, Spartan. Honestly... Hang on 1 second. Okay. Just had a weird memory of there being a rogue in here. I prefer Blood Furnace overall in terms of trash design. Except for this room. You have to sweep this room. Now, obviously, you're supposed to pull one at a time, and that's its own thing. I think you're right, Brimmer. My memory's just pulling tricks on me. As it so often does. I'll hold my head now. Okay, so far Mr. Red doesn't even seem to be trying with me. Does that assertion sound about right, Mr. Red? I mean, true, Huthor, and I agree. Like, it was just, there was so much trash that any extra pulls were damaging. It's the CC thing all over again. You know how you do Shattered Halls? With CC. That's how you do Shattered Halls. Also, speaking of, can I just say really quick? If you're a tank, watch your healer's mana, please. I say that as a tank and as a healer. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. So we start off with 3 Nascents. These are essentially trash mobs. These really don't do much. Then we have 1 Neophyte and 2 Nascents. Okay. And then we have someone going on and offline all the time. Can I, like, turn off those? How do I do that? Social... show toasts. There we go. Okay. Then we have 2 Neophytes and 2 Nascents. And you already see the pattern, right? It just gets more and more escalated as we go. This is once again a traditional gauntlet in terms of approach and style. Hello, game. But it's a little bit closer to an elevator boss. Same general idea. Yes, that is still correct, Huthor. A stun means all damage goes through completely. So, boss time. Come on. God, I look so stupid. My outfit is just wow. And that was a boss. At level. He was never much, honestly. Even in Heroic, we didn't have a lot of issues with him. That is an Observer. It is a form of demon. Now, this room... So, some familiars and some warlocks. Those could hurt more than you'd think. But they also have the big guys. Remember, we've talked about that concept of the big mobs. You know, the elite mobs. The heavies. There we go. There's the rogue. Well, Felguard brutes are heavies, and it's very, very easy to chain. In fact, we're about to show that off in just a second here. Let's switch that down there. Let's push this over here. And of course, fighting 2 heavies at once, well, this was mean, especially since these are demons. So most CC doesn't actually work on these. And then, just to round that out, we have an entire pack of ranged trash. Now, all of these are glass cannon-y trash. All of these hurt like hell, but they have, like, no health. Even back in the day. My armor, Blade Chaval, looks like this. Hi! Hang on. I'm your tank for the day. Don't worry. I've got this. I've turned into a gnome for some reason. Don't ask questions. God, I look terrible. Ugh, anyways. So yeah, then we have the Annihilators. Annihilators are even more heavies. In addition to being their usual, they have Berserk Rush, whatever it is, which means they can charge in combat all over the place. And they often do. And they have the knockups, and it's easy for them to chain. So this room right here, I've actually wiped in this room several times. Especially on Heroic. Nope. Oh my god. There we go. I got greedy. It's my fault. I'm a terrible tank. Agreed, Luthor. Agreed. I have surprisingly decent AoE and cleave right now. Oh my god, what is that nonsense? So that is a great moment right there. There's this wonderful reveal moment. If you've been paying attention the whole time, you can barely see it. So like we start up there, right? And then we go around the circle until we're here, and then we come down here and we go in here. But you can't quite see all the way down until this moment, and that's when you see Magtheridon. He's not targetable, but he's right there. And it's like, ah. And for those of you who played Frozen Throne, it's just like, it clicks right at that moment. Because now it's like, okay, now I understand.
Well,
Sorry. I forgot about that noise problem. So simple boss. First we have to kill the trash. And then we have to go closer. Closer. And burn! Everyone don't DPS the boss, okay? Don't DPS the boss.
Who dares interrupt?
I'll get some aggro, but otherwise don't DPS it.
You'll ruin everything! Closer. Come closer. And burn!
Okay, that's it. I just wanted to hear him say that. I don't know why that quote has lived rent-free in my head for like 20 years. Anyways, let's read Mr. Red's things out loud. Come. So I started this and was doing decent as a holy priest, but I got to this dungeon and queued for it. It went so badly, I think the tank pulled too much, or maybe I wasn't good at the class. This is during Pandaria. The group, instead of helping me learn, cussed me out and kicked me and blamed me. As a result of this, I had anxiety about any role other than DPS, and decided to level with dungeons, to not level with dungeons with healer ever again, and got the rest of my levels for BC in different means. I never wanted to do BC leveling again because it sucks, so what I did is farm the moths outside of Warsong Hold. It took months. I believe you. Oh my god. So, sorry, Blood Furnace's bosses are pretty eh. I actually like this dungeon. It's got decent level layout, decent trash, and it's got a good shortcut. It's just a fun little way to get back up top. And I do enjoy the difficulty, for lack of a better way to put it. Obviously, we weren't really showcasing that here, but you get my point.
Be good.
I'll freaking stand it. You're my 8th favorite person in this smoldering husk of a sorry planet.
Keep your feet on the
Tell everything you felt. You brought back some loot for old Gunny, right? No, you're right. Clearly I owe you a reward. Not like Gunny didn't arrange all this and send you in there in the first place.
See you soon.
You want a reward for killing an orc? As in fame and riches and noble deeds? Back in my day, killing orcs was the reward.
Be good.
You're welcome, Gunny. Alright, so, big plot reveal. This is actually the culmination of a story arc that, if you've been paying attention, has been going through most of the zone. Where the hell are the fell orcs coming from? Well, now we have the answer. Illidan has captured Magtheridon, somehow. So Magtheridon's still alive. Somehow. That's a retcon. Let's just get that out there. I know they never showed his death on camera, but no, it's a retcon. And my sister has arisen. Hello, arisen sister. I can tell. Mostly because of your voice. I'm streaming late because I really wanted to finish Hellfire. Alliance. No, Alliance. This is it. We're on the verge of finishing. I know, right? Thank you everyone for joining me, by the way, for the dungeon. I definitely need to give some positives for Blood Furnace and the reveal moment. So we'll call this what? Sorry. Magtheridon, the fell orcs, the blood. Yes. Yeah, Outlaw is so much fun. Yes, you can take Warbound stuff pretty much regardless. So level, that's going to be Blood Furnace and Trash. It's going to be Blood Furnace, and then my sister's going to cough. Try to get me sick. I think that's actually it from a gameplay perspective. So I'm going to go ahead and switch. Right, story-wise. So it turns out...
You're supposed to be finishing.
Yeah.
This is Alliance.
Yeah.
How can you be switching?
Because I can't do Magtheridon Raid at level 30.
Why not?
Because this game hasn't figured that out yet. This is not FF14. Alright, so let's get on my actual character here. So Illidan's shtick, this is one of the few things that actually makes sense in character for Illidan. Yes. Okay. And he's always been really big on... He's extremely pragmatic, to the point of arguably being evil. And so he is very big on using the tools of his enemies against them. So when he conquered Outland, he had absolutely no problems deciding to go ahead and use the resources of Outland in furtherance of his cause to defeat the Burning Legion. We see more of this over in the book Illidan, which obviously does not matter for the purposes of this review. But what we do know, even here in the game, is that he decided that there was no reason to waste a perfectly good Pit Lord, because Annihilants are actually pretty rare and very high-tier demons. So that is a valuable resource, and the last thing he wanted to do was waste a valuable resource. So he got the Fell Horde, that's the third Horde at this point, if you're paying attention, technically fourth Horde, to swear loyalty to him in exchange for drinking from Magtheridon's blood. And he had several of his loyalists...
And that's how they become the Fell.
Exactly. And he had his loyalists coming up with a procedure to stretch that blood out and imbue them in a way that doesn't just turn them into mindless, raving servants. That's what the Blood Furnace was. Okay. So then we go down here, and we see Magtheridon's lair. And yeah, they never really go into details on this, unfortunately. So, this is
like you're wearing velcro.
Yeah, I don't like the animation, but I love how they look, so I kind of don't care. Like, that just looks... I love the new pants they've come up with. That's a Dragonflight thing, by the way. Yeah, no, this boss was mean. This was a coordination check from hell. Even the trash in here was mean. This is underneath Hellfire Citadel. I have done this at level, obviously, but at least 2 of the raid groups I attempted this on ended up walking away from it because they considered it too difficult to do. You can join if you stay outside and don't do anything, Spartan. Is that cool? Because and I know what you're thinking. Why? I want to show off the fight. And that means just standing there, letting him do stuff, not doing anything for a while. And if there's one thing I know about this game, it's really easy to kill something, even if you don't want to. Like I don't know, randomly summoning a water elemental, for example, who then just kills the boss out of nowhere.
I didn't even summon it.
I know it's like a proc or something.
It was a proc.
Yeah.
My mage has it set so that, like, she periodically, when she takes damage, will summon a water elemental and time warp.
You were doing well, Mr. Red. I was paying attention. You're right, I am a damned good tank.
Level 60.
But
or
you were doing a good
whatever
job.
The hell level it is now.
That doesn't even say. Level question mark. Anyway, so let's talk about this fight a little bit. So this fight is a relatively simple and easy tank and spank until you get to his primary mechanic, which is being tutorialized for you right in front of you. It's these Hellfire channelers. So we start off the fight. I'm going to go and start it. Boop. And you notice we now have a timer. Yeah. You don't see it, of course, but it's there. So we want to kill these.
We have phase 2.
In a minute and 48 seconds. Okay. So that's not... Oh, right. I've actually seen this happen. Hang on. Kill all the trash. I forgot to clear all the trash. That's on me. Should be good now. Take 2. So these are the cubes. These are what my guilds couldn't do. And I am definitely blaming them on that, by the way. Okay, so. Channeler. Kill the channeler. There we go. Okay, so now there's phase 2. So Magtheridon is unleashed. Cool. While those guys are up, they also summon Infernals, by the way. That was one of the primary jobs of the tank, was dealing with the Infernals, while the DPS was trying to push down the ads.
And now we stand here.
Each one of these cubes...
If we sneeze, he's going to die.
Yes, in fact, I'm going to target myself. Anyways, each one of these cubes had a specific person, and that was their job, was dealing with that cube. So, generally speaking, it was DPSs or healers, and they were out here kind of ranged. Like, ranged were a perfect fit for this. So periodically he does this Earthquake thing. It does this. It bounces you around. It's a little disorienting, and it does a decent amount of unavoidable damage. Nothing too bad. Hey, we'll talk about the cubes in a second. In about 10 seconds, actually. So what's going to happen here is he's going to cast Blast Nova. Here, I'm sorry, I just realized you can't see his face. There we go. Sorry about that. Now, Blast Nova does a lot of damage. I wasn't there yet, Uthor. So he's going to do Blast Nova. And notice he's just cast that for 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If all 5 of those get off, you're probably dead. Notice he's going to cast it again in 30 seconds. That's the central mechanic of the fight. So the way this fight works is you have to have 5 separate people on each of these cubes right-click and channel it at the same time. Please do not, Mr. Red. And so the words... I lost my train of thought. So you have to have each of these channeled at the same time in order to go ahead and interrupt him. That's what interrupts him, and I think it gives him a debuff too, but that doesn't really matter. The whole point is it interrupts Blast Nova.
You do realize that if Mr. Red has them friended...
Actually, I have that off.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I didn't know you turned it off.
Yep, I didn't either until, like, pretty recently. Anyways, so this is more complex than it sounds, and this is the wipe point right here. This is how you'd wipe on this fight. Because... you have to have the people in position. They have to click it. They all have to click it at the same time. Nothing can go wrong. If you click it twice, you screw up. If you move while channeling, you screw up. If you get knocked back, you screw up. Everything gets screwed up, pretty much no matter what you do, if you do anything wrong with it. Now, hang on. There's an asterisk there. So I'm going to go ahead and click this, and you can see what happens. So I'm channeling it, right? You notice it only lasts for 10 seconds. So if I click it too early, I have screwed up. And did they get rid of the debuff? They must have gotten rid of the debuff. But back in the day...
Or the debuff might be one of those mechanics.
That could be.
If you have multiple
yeah, also if your camp gets cubes... so later on in the fight, rocks start falling from the prison.
Interrupt.
And that can start falling on where these cubes are. And that sucks. So again, if Blast Nova finishes going off, you're dead. So you need to get these. But once you got your cube, you got a debuff you couldn't use your cube for, I don't remember how long. X period of time.
Long enough that...
you could not use it the next one. So you needed a... You okay?
Yep, I'm going away now.
Okay. Take care.
I had 2 cheese sticks, and I don't want any more food.
Okay.
And now I'm thirsty. You know, I took iron stuff.
Okay. That sounds right, Huthor, because I remember that. I remember we came back to this, and it was so much easier just having one dedicated cuber. But the point is, when this first came out, in Tier 4 content, you needed to have... we had 3 people per cube. Your primary, duh. Your secondary, duh. And your backup. The backup was there in case anything screwed up at any point in time. And each of them had their own channel. Something I actually like about WoW. You can make custom channels. So I can just join the Lore Runner Sucks right here, right? And now I'm in the Lore Runner Sucks. I'm going to be like, hey guys, I heard that guy totally sucks. And so you could come up with custom chat channels pretty easily. And in the doing, you could coordinate. So like each sphere group, or each cube group, excuse me, would have a different channel.
Well, and it's also noteworthy that this is the point at which we started having voice.
Yeah, it's true.
Right?
In fact,
this is when Disc came out, or when Vent came out.
When Vent came out, yeah. We actually, I did experience TeamSpeak rating back in vanilla, but very briefly. Not like a regular
and
thing.
And you had to pay for it. Ventrilo was much better because it was free.
Remember, Gary actually had his own server set up too, so we could just complete have control over it and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, but yeah, so this was a fight. It's an interesting fight. Now, obviously, there's always this asterisk when it comes to reviewing these. It's a very basic fight. He hits hard. He does unavoidable damage.
What's inside the green things?
I think that's just a kind of a graphics bug. This is just fire, don't stand in, but I'm not sure about the other ones.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you get him down to half health, he starts doing cave-ins. And I cannot show you those because I cannot not kill him instantly.
And if he had brought in a character who could not kill him instantly, they would already be dead.
Yeah, then I'd be dead. So anyway, so he does cave-ins, and then there's the cube mechanic. And that's it. That's mech therapy.
You know what you would have to do? Bring in somebody who won't instantly kill him. But then you be on a class that has apocalypse.
I mean, that is a way to do that.
That would be the only way you could do it.
Yes, by the way, that's actually really important. Back when attunements existed, you had to kill Magtheridon in order to access Tier 5 stuff.
Yes, it did.
Yes, all 5? I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm right. Don't question it.
Yeah, you had to have all 5 going to be able to interrupt it.
And remember, the channel only lasts 10 seconds. So if all 5 of you are 2.1 seconds off of each other, you have failed, because the first person will fall off, right? Like I said, the coordination of this was interesting. It was...
And it didn't have like, your slash ready check thing. So you couldn't do, like, a ready check 5.
Or, is it this? Yeah, that. You couldn't do this either. Yeah, if one person screws up, it's a wipe. Because the damage from that was just designed to be unlivable.
Yep.
And that's all it was. Now, like I said, when I get to my third group, that was the raid group I mentioned, was already at the point of doing Hyjal, I was finally able to have a group that was coordinated up to do this crap. In fact, as a hunter, I was actually one of the cube people, and then, of course, I could do it just fine. Feel better, sis. Good night. But my blanket, no. Now, my blanket is now a co-blanket stream. So, review-wise, Magtheridon was interesting to me because it was the same thing as Malgar, but in a completely different direction. I do think it was too punishing, my personal opinion. I think it was too binary, right? Any screw-up by any one of 10 people causes a wipe. Now, granted, we review this as it is now, so that's only a screw-up by 5 people. But still, any screw-up causing a wipe, that's not great design in my opinion. The rest of them is fine. Most of the rest of them is just kind of fairly basic stuff. I feel like Magtheridon was another experimental thing, just like Malgar. Honestly, a lot of bosses in DC were very experimental and still throwing stuff at the wall. I'm not 100% sure if this qualifies as negative territory, but I would be hard-pressed to give Magtheridon a positive. Thoughts? As usual, we have several asterisks when it comes to reviewing content that we technically can't do properly. Oh, absolutely, Blade Tool, 100%. Wait until you see when we get to Serpent Shrine and, Hi, Mr. Ed. When we get to Serpent Shrine and to the Eye, because there's definitely going to be some wonkiness when we get there. That is Hellfire. Interesting zone. Kinda glad to be done with it. Tomorrow, let me go ahead and look at the notes. Looks like tomorrow we're going to go ahead and do Zangarmarsh on the Horde, and then we're going to do the Underbog. Then we're going to do Zangarmarsh on the Alliance, and we're going to do Slave Pens, Steam Vault, and Serpent Shrine. So, I'll see at least some of you